Hello, Internet. I am Insane Lane, and welcome to Tea and Rose's Book Club. We are back with the Bourbon Kings. This week, I have a surprise. Oh, it's so good. We actually have two surprises. We have unexpected surprise because I keep up on certain things, and wow, we found something. But we'll get into that once everyone's settled in. So we have two surprises, only one of which I knew about a couple days ago. You may have seen a picture posted in the Discord, but we are going to read it, of course, because it's terrible, and I want to make fun of it. So probably at the end of the first chapter or two, because we tend to get through quite a few. These chapters, how nice is it to be reading a book with actual chapters, with consistent length, and decent editing? I will say decent, not great, because we found a typo, which surprises me. Sorry if you can hear the fan behind me, but it's suddenly as hot as it's supposed to be in the summer. After being, like last week, it was freezing. I was so cold. And now it's so hot I'm not wearing concealer because it would just melt off my face. So forgive me if I look extra hideous tonight. But so far, we have learned a great deal about how to make bourbon. You know, we've learned some new words. The premise so far is that Lane Brantford, sometimes also called Baldwin, their last name seems to be interchangeable between Brantford and Baldwin. So, you know, I'm not even going to try to keep track of that. But he is the second child of one of those old South, old money family dynasties. Something mysterious happened to his older brother, who is, I don't know, some kind of accident, some kind of condition. We haven't been told why the oldest brother is, I guess, no longer the heir apparent, making the second brother, Lane, that we are following, the heir apparent. He's in a very unhappy marriage that he is attempting to end. He wants a divorce. And we also have Lizzie the gardener, who apparently Lane had a 2-year relationship with, dumped her, and they immediately got married. The timeline is weird. It makes me wonder if he was like, you know, was it a shotgun wedding? What the hell happened? Because he clearly hates the person he's married to and has spent zero time with her during their marriage. They've literally lived apart the whole time, if I was reading correctly. Hey, your storm chasers in Saskatchewan? Yeah, they get, this time of year, the plains, they get really big storms and tornadoes because there's nothing to stop them. It's, you know, hundreds of acres of wheat and rye and big open fields. So yeah, you can get hella storms across the prairies. Yeah, it had to be an arranged or political marriage. Yeah, he definitely got forced into it somehow. Like, I think we're probably going to find out he got, you know, maybe his mommy pulled a, you know, from Arthur and pulled the, you know, marry this socially acceptable woman and dump the poor gardener that you've been sowing your wild oats with, or get cut off from the family money. Because it seems like he literally dumped one woman and married the other one the next day, and he obviously hates her. So yeah, I think it was a forced situation. But now he's told her he wants a divorce. Also, we're supposed to know that his wife is the worst because she's the only person so far to be racist. Because the reason that he has come home, the prodigal son has returned, is because not his biological mother, but the person who actually raised him is dying. And of course, she's the wise old down-to-earth, cooks a mean fried chicken black lady that was his nanny / cook. You know, and of course the rich kids are way closer to the staff than their actual parents, because their actual parents are, we know the father's a incredibly violent, abusive monster, and the mom appears to be in a perpetual Xanax coma. So that's about as far as we got. We got a tour of the estate. We learned several things about making bourbon. Nobody wore a tux yet. We do have some categories that we are keeping up with, but I will go over those after our national anthem. We don't even have. Thought his mom passed away. I am confused about that, Sarah. I admit I'm confused. I think she is alive and just really drugged up. But it is confusing because I thought the brother was dead. I thought the oldest brother had died until somebody said something about him like having some kind of condition or accident or something. So I'm not sure. I suspect we'll find out more as we keep going. But yeah, there's some ambiguity on who's alive and who's not right now. But for now, I'll rise for our national anthem, and then we'll see if we can figure out who's alive or dead, which is easier in this book than it's going to be in E.L. James's next book, which was just announced a couple days ago. More on that in a moment.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Yay. Got better with explanation. What explanation? That she was on vacation in Sicily, saw a hot waiter, and imagined what if he was a hot mafia boss and kidnapped me? Because that apparently was the inspiration for the books. Also, by the way, you know why there's the bullshit explanation at the end of those books of, oh, he went to hypnotherapy and now he understands that he wasn't, I guess, having visions from God that he should marry Laura, that he was just seeing like the last thing he saw before he nearly died and became obsessed with her in an unhealthy way, but he's all cool now. You know why that bullshit is in the end of the book? Because in real life, the author of those so-called books, supposedly the author, is a hypnotherapist in real life. I looked up like what is she doing now after the movies kind of thing. She's an actual hypnotherapist. That's her real job. So that is why that bullshit is in there, and it makes sense now, because I was going, what the fuck, because it's so out of left field. I forgot to put my lipstick on. It's too hot. My brain is fuzzy. Okay, first things first, let's introduce the ducks, then I'll get marginally more presentable. I'm not wearing concealer, sorry, because it's too hot and it would melt and make a mess and I didn't want to. So we have our ducks in the wrong order. What is wrong with me today? Man, I gotta be more vigilant with the duckies. We have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with 2Bs, Sasha Bartholomew, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, Jeeves, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie, House, Susie, Wolfie, Russell, Mark, Littell, Cicero, Phoebe Halliwell, John Glenn, Lil Chickadoo, Captain Blaze, Ferguson, Libby Doe, Ocean's Gate 7, Dinglehopper, Madison, Leonard, Jacques Jacquard, Lulu, Marty, Akasha, Dr. Breadside Manor, still one of my favorite names, Autolycus, Deja, Insidious, Cleopatra, Extra Crispy, Ralph, Wisp, Dougie, Katy Perry, and new from last week, we have Calvin, Uncle Sam, Nicola, Dewey, and Gretzky. Those are our new ducks from last week. Oh, God, my face looks awful. Sorry. Ugh. But yeah, it's hella hot. So, keeping things light. Hello, Deacon. Yes, it's hot. I'm with you. I'm expecting my lipstick to melt off by the halfway point. For anyone who would like to help support the channel and help a girl out, we still have more ducks in our random bag o' ducks for $10. Using the link at the top of the chat, I will draw a random duck, add it to our pantheon of ducks, and you get to name it. For the more discerning collector, we have painted ducks for the moment in the form of Yoshi, A Christmas Story, a rooster, and an Evel Knievel duck because I was in a very macabre mood. So if you would like one of the painted ducks, please specify in the message. If you would like to put handcuffs on a girl, that is $25. The ducks are 10, in case I forgot to say, which I think I did. There is a key in here, and there's a key on a string around my desk because we practice safety here, and I have dropped this key before while wearing these cups, but I do enjoy wearing these cups. So if you want to make me happy, $25, now we'll put these on. Or for the grand sum, $50, we still have not tried the orange Skittles, and we can try the orange Skittles. Orange Skittles has priority right now because it's the only flavor we haven't tried. After that, I'm going random with the drinks because they're all equally kind of the same unless the orange really stands out, but we'll see. So for $50, I will finally get to try the orange. I do have actual water here to mix it up with, and we will see what delightful shade of orange it turns. I suspect it will be very bright, because that is one thing I can say about these. They did not skimp on the color. I think about half of what's in the packet is just straight up like powdered food dye, because these things turn a very bright color. It's kind of disturbing. Okay, yeah, I don't want to know what is in dirty pasta, and I'm Italian, so that's offensive. Nuclear orange, yeah, that's definitely going to be the color. Yep. It will be. It's going to be like blindingly bright. Because, it's powdered sugar for children. They're not subtle about it. Not at all. So, yeah, just before we start, for those, yeah, I think it will probably be like Tang. I've never had Tang. But it'll probably be about that color. But for those in the Discord who saw my post earlier, there is indeed confirmed a new E.L. James book coming. Still don't know what the fuck she was talking about when she posted a couple months ago saying she was working on a 4th book, because this is a new series. It's a completely new book. It's not a continuation of either of the other 2 series that she wrote. It's not her 4th series, because even if it's one book, it's not announced as being a series. It's a one standalone book. Even if it was a series, it would only be her 3rd, so it's not a 4th in any way. So I still don't know what the fuck she was talking about. Maybe she meant to hit 9 instead because it's her 9th book. But But yeah, she's got a new book coming. Here's what's weird. It's listed on Amazon because I checked on Amazon to make sure it was real. It's real. And it's listed on Amazon as a YA novel. Hi, Sethel. Good to see you. So yeah, her new book is called Land of Ghosts, and it's about a teenage girl that I guess her whole family dies and she gets shipped off to distant relatives to this big old creepy mansion that turns out to be haunted, and then she falls in love with the ghost. That is the new E.L. James book. Also, the cover is a redhead in a nightgown, and the whole plot, who knows their Star Trek Next Generation? Because between the cover, whoever wrote Sub Rosa, you need to call up your lawyers because you need to sue somebody because this is the story of Sub Rosa, which it took me a minute to remember that episode already got sued. That episode already got sued, and they had to give partial story credit to somebody named Gianna F. Gallo, who a lot of people think is a pseudonym for Anne Rice, because Anne Rice wrote a series called The Mayfair Witches, which apparently the premise of it is entirely the plot of Sub Rosa, to the point where, again, a lawsuit was filed against that episode, and the network settled and gave partial story credit. So they admitted that, yeah, there was enough similarities that it was plagiarism and were willing to share story credit to end a lawsuit. So, yeah, I'm going with, writers of Sub Rosa, call your lawyers again, because now you need to think about, taking some action, because the plot and the cover both just are Sub Rosa. They are. No, she can't. And it's terrifying that it's listed as a YA novel, because it's listed as being for 16 to 18-year-olds, which is already on the high side of YA. YA is usually like 12 to 16. So it's already on the high side of being a young adult novel. I don't know. It probably is not going to be as explicit as the 50 Shades series. But it is still listed as being 400 goddamn pages long. And it is coming out end of October. So we will acquire a copy and see what we see. For now, though, I'm kind of pissed because it's only listed in hardcover, which none of her books have ever been released in hardcover before. So I guess they're really putting their money in on this one. I see a bad movie coming. Still no word on the Mister being made into a movie, but again, the rights are about to change hands because of the Paramount whoever merger. So someday that might happen, or they'll just eat the 30 million they've already thrown away on it. I mean, they'll probably make it someday because they have a script. That's the thing. It already has a completed script, and they paid $30 million. So someday that will get made. But this new one is likely to be made first. I think somebody will snap this up and try to make a quick buck and cash in on the moment. Yeah, for E.L. James's new book, it's only in hardcover. It's currently listed at $33. So I'm hoping it goes down because I don't want to spend that much money. But we shall see. And I'm waiting for Persnickety to get here, and then I discovered something while ripping out pages of the last 365 book to burn, which I'm planning to get the burn video done this week. And I discovered something that is hilarious and that I want to make fun of, but I'm waiting for Persnickety to be here. So she's watching Artie right now. So at her if you want to annoy her and tell her to get her butt here so I can read the thing that I found. I did post it, so some of you might know already, but if you don't know, don't go look because it's better when read out loud. It's so funny. But for now, we'll get started on this, and we have our list of things we are keeping track of. We have someone drinks bourbon, a tuxedo is worn, name brands are dropped, fancy cars are mentioned, something is repeated to us 3 times. There is a string of adjectives with hyphens. We are told how bourbon is made, or somebody is racist. So far, we've only got one somebody is racist, which for a book set entirely in the South around old money, pretty impressive. Give me my fan back. It's way too hot. All right, we're on chapter 7 of how many? I think 50. Yeah, there's 50 chapters. And they're actually consistent lengths. They're not just random lengths. I'm so happy. It's so nice to be reading an actual book. I'm not saying it's War and Peace, but it's an actual book. Oh, and why is the cover? It's going to be all shiny and distracting. All right, that's better. All right, chapter 7. I'm sorry, what was that? As Lizzie spoke, she stared at the flowers in the vase she was holding and couldn't remember what she meant to do with them. Oh, right, put them in a bucket until she got off work, after which she would wrap them in a damp paper towel and Kroger's plastic bag and take them home. I'm sorry, come again? She said, glancing across the conservatory at Greta. I was speaking in English that time, too, you know. I'm just all up in my head. The tent people are demanding to be paid up front, or they're going to take down everything they're putting up. What? Lizzie put the bouquet down next to the empty silver bowls. Is this a new policy for them? Guess so. I'll go talk to Rosalinda. Do you have the total? 12,000 12,459.72. And they've butchered the shit out of that number because the person we're speaking to doesn't speak fluent English. So let's write the numbers really fucked up to remind you this person has an accent. People in the South are way less racist than the folks up north. Where does Kentucky fall on the north-south line? Because we're in Kentucky. And why is the gardener handling something like paying the tent people? Hold on, let me write that down. He grabbed a pen. One more time. After she got the total scribbled into her palm, she glanced out the garden. The 10 people had just stretched the fabric panels out flat and were beginning to lay the poles down as some of them got to stitching the huge sections together with ropes. 2 more hours work for them, maybe 3. They're still going strong out there, she murmured. Not for long. Greta resumed cleaning the pink garden roses. It's the northern border of the Confederate States, so it's still considered to be in the South. The rental office called me back. They're prepared to order them back into the truck. There's no reason to get hysterical about this, Lizzie mutters as she headed outside. Rosalinda Freeland's office, wow, what a name, was in the kitchen wing, and she took the longer outdoor route because she was pretty damn sick and tired of running into Lane. He's been home for like an hour and a half. She was about halfway across the terrace, passing by the French doors that led out of the dining room when she looked over towards the business center. The facility was located where the original stables used to be, and like the conservatory, it opened out into the gardens and the river. Who gets rid of stables on a massive estate like this? You suck for doing that. The architecture that had been added had been precisely matched to that of Easterly, and the total square footage was nearly the same as the mansion's. With over a dozen offices, a conference room the size of a college lecture hall, and its own catering, kitchen, and dining room, William Baldwin ran his wife's family's multinational bourbon company out of the state-of-the-art compound. You almost never saw anyone loitering around over there, but apparently something was going on, because a group of people in suits was standing on the terrace outside of the main conference room, smoking and talking in a tight enclave. Strange, she thought. Mr. Baldwin was a smoker, so it was unlikely these folks had been banished to the terrace just to get their nicotine fix. Or because you can't smoke in buildings. I don't know. I guess if it's your building on your private estate, you can let people smoke if you want to, probably. And what do you know? She actually recognized the single non-smoking woman in the mix. It was Sutton Smythe. Okay. Who names a girl Sutton? Excuse me. It was Sutton Smythe, heir to the Sutton Distillery Corporation fortune. Oh, those are the rival bourbon people, because there's rivals. Kentucky's weird. People in Kentucky say they're in the South. People in Tennessee, which is south of Kentucky, say Kentucky's the North. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard the back and forth. That's why I know it's contested in. I know amongst the southern states, especially when you get into Confederate bullshit, there's some contesting over exactly how dedicated to the cause some states were. Lizzie had never met her personally, but there had been a lot. Wait. But there had been a lot of press about the fact that a female might, just might, in the next decade head one of the largest liquor companies in the world. Frankly, it looked like she was already the boss with her dark hair coiffed in her no-nonsense, super expensive black pantsuit. She was actually quite a striking woman with bold features and a curvy body that could have taken her into bimbo territory if she'd been so inclined to play that card, which she obviously wasn't. Is this going to be a rival now? Is he going to get divorced and then this woman's going to make a play for him with the whole, like, we could unite our liquor dynasties and rule the world? What was she doing here, though? Talk about sleeping with the enemy. Lizzie shook her head and went in through the rear kitchen door. Whatever was happening over there was not her problem. She was far, far, far down the totem pole, just looking to get a tent erected for her flower arrangements. Wow. Talk about a lot of steps. As soon as she scooted in and out and all around the white-coated toque. Okay, it says toque. Hatted men and women who are giving themselves scoliosis, making phyllo dough and stuffed mushroomy thingies. Okay, for one, a chef's hat is not a fucking toque. Also, you spelled the word toque wrong, and not a toque. A chef's hat, I'm sure there is an actual name for what the super tall hats that chefs wear is. It ain't toque because I'm Canadian and I know what a toque is, and it's not the thing you wear in the kitchen. And let's talk about stuffed mushroomy thingies. Really? Grown-ass woman is saying that? Grown-ass woman who has spent at least 10 years of her career around these fancy catered events, and you're telling me she's like confused by the concept of stuffed mushrooms? On the far side of all the Gordon Ramsay, there was a heavy, swinging door that opened into a plain corridor full of cleaning closets, laundries, and the maid's break room, as well as the butler's living quarters, the controller's office, and the back staff stairwell. Just in case you didn't know, these people are rich, 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 rich. Lizzie went to the door on the right that was marked private and knocked once, twice, 3 times. A lady. Given that Rosalinda was as efficient and punctual as an alarm clock, the controller clearly wasn't in. Maybe she'd gone to the bank. Shall I check again in an hour? Mr. Harris said as he entered the hall at the far end with the head housekeeper. Thank you, Mrs. Molly. My pleasure, Mr. Harris, the older woman muttered. Lizzie locked eyes with the butler as Miss Molly paired off. We have a problem. He stopped in front of her. Yes. I need just over 12 grand for the tent company and Mrs. Freeland's not here. Can you cut checks? They require $12,000? He said in his clipped accent. Why ever for? The tent rental. It's a new company policy I'm saying they've never done this before. This is Easterly. They've had an account with them since the turn of the century, and they will defer. Allow me. This does seem incredibly like a stupid problem to have. Because, yeah, if it's the same company, like, if they had changed this policy, they would have notified probably their best client. And you don't show up and then demand payment. This is not how you business. especially with wealthy families like this who will tell you to fuck off. Pivoting on his spit-polished shoe shine, he headed for his quarters, no doubt to call the rental company's owner personally. If he could pull this off and Lizzie could keep her tents and tables, his PITA, and it's spelled in caps PITA, so I assume it stands for something, attitude might well be worth the trouble. Does anyone know what PITA in relation to attitude stands for? Besides, if worst came to worst, Greta could write the check. Really? Really? The one, why is the gardener, yeah, it's spelled pita like the bread, but it's all in caps, so it has to stand for something. Pain in the ass. Oh, Sarah. Nice. Yes, I should have known someone who works in medicine would know this term. Tall pleated hat worn by chefs is called a toque. That is what it's called. And okay, because toque the hat here, it's TOUQUE. But that is actually what it's called. I need to have a word with the French. Because Escoffier is like the definitive school for the culinary arts. Like, I've heard of Escoffier. I know who they are. And they know what they're talking about, and they get to say things like that and make it true. But yeah, never heard it called that before. Grown ass woman, and all the objects are thingies, especially when I have a migraine. That's fair. That's fair. You can call everything a thingy when you have a migraine. Yeah, but why is the gardener handling the tent thing? Like, you have an accountant, there would be a groundskeeper who would handle it. I'm just saying, there's no way this would be her problem. Partial to Thingamabob Deacon? That's because you saw Little Mermaid when you were a kid. One thing was certain, Lizzie was not going to ask Lane for it, and they needed that tent. Yeah, he's the heir apparent. He's not going to be handling this either. There's roughly 50 other people who would be handling this before either Lane or Lizzie would be handling this. Like, you couldn't have come up with like a decent reason for her to run into him again, really? In less than 48 hours, the world was descending on the property, and nothing pissed off the Bradfords more than anything out of place. She waited for the butler to reemerge, all triumphant in his penguin suit. She leaned back against the smooth, cool plaster wall and found herself thinking about the dumbest decision she had ever made. Let me guess, it involves Lane. Here we go. We're in flashback italic again. She should have let the whole thing rest. After the dreaded Lane Baldwin had sought her out in the dark in the gardens, she should have let the arrangement between them go. Why on earth did she care how wrong he was about her? How insane, egocentric, and ridiculous that silver-spooned fool was. She didn't owe him any kind of world-view realignment. Besides, that wasn't going to happen without a sledgehammer. Not that she wouldn't enjoy an attempt on those terms. The problem was, however, that among her own deficiencies was the paralytic need to not be misinterpreted by Channing Tatum's doppelganger, just in case we didn't know he's really hot. So she had to set him straight, and in fact she talked to him all the way home that night, as well as all the way back to Easterly the following morning, and then throughout the next week. Eventually she'd become convinced he was avoiding her, and for the first time since he'd come home on his break from graduate school, she didn't see him for 7 days straight. The good news, if you could look at it that way, was that at least there weren't any females coming around the house and leaving at odd hours in porn combinations. Please define porn combination. What is that? Any number higher than 1? You know, you can still do porn with just one woman. It works. It's a whole category. And in danger of revealing exactly how much time she'd wasted yelling at him in her head. Oh, the bad news was that she was now overprepared with all her speeches and in danger of revealing exactly how much time she'd wasted yelling at him in her head. Yelling at people in your head can be fun. And Lane was definitely still at Easterly. His Porsche, like he would drive anything else, was still around by the garages, and whenever she was forced to take a bouquet up to his room, she could smell his cologne in the air and see his wallet on the bureau with his gold cufflinks. He was playing her, and as much as she hated to admit it, the act was working. She was getting more frustrated and more determined to find him instead of less so. He was a master at women, all right. I'm trying not to have automatic loathing for any character that is called a master of women. Oh, Sarah, you're right. Fancy car. I missed it. Because we don't know if it's an ugly one, but it is a fancy car. Because of course he drives a Porsche. What else would he drive? Of course it's a Porsche. You know, expensive but acceptably classy and not garish like some purple prowler street racer thing. God, I really want to read the thing, but I really want to wait for persnickety. Somebody go tell the dog to drag her. He was a master at women, all right, the bastard. With yet another fresh bouquet in hand, she headed up the back stairs for his room. She didn't expect him to be in there, but somehow the idea of walking into his space and throwing out a couple of choice sound bites was going to offer her a release. When she knocked on the door, it was a hard demand, and after a moment, she pushed her way in. Lane was there, sitting on the edge of his bed, head in his hands, body bowed. He did not look at the door. Didn't seem to know anyone had come in. Lizzie cleared her throat once, twice. "Excuse me, I'm here to switch out your flowers." He jumped and twisted around towards her. Red-rimmed eyes seemed to struggle to focus, and when he spoke, his voice was rough. "Sorry, what?" "Flowers." She lifted the bouquet a little higher. "I'm here to replace your flowers." "Oh, thank you. That's awfully good of you. Are they dating at this point or what? It seems like they are, or secretly or something. I don't know." Clearly, he had no clue what he was saying to her. The politeness seemed just like a reflex, the conversational equivalent of a lower leg kick when its knee was hit with a rubber hammer. "This is not your business," she told herself as she went across to the bureau. The swap took a split second, and then she had the barely wilted old one in her hands and was walking back over to the half-open door. She told herself not to look over at him as she left. For all she knew, his favorite hunting dog had ringworm. Or maybe that girlfriend of his in Virginia had found out about all his extracurricular exercise here in Charlemont. Wait, was he seeing the one that he eventually married and was cheating with her? Did he, like, string her along? Doing the, "oh yeah, I'll totally marry you instead of her," and then he didn't? Is he that guy? That biggest mistake had happened just as she had gotten to the jams. Later, when things had blown up in her face after she'd overridden her rules of self protection and gotten burned, she would become convinced that if she'd only kept going, she would have been fine. Their lives wouldn't have slammed into each other and left such shrapnel all over her. But she did look back at him, and just as she and just had to open her mouth again. "What's wrong?" Lane's eyes swung up to her. "I'm sorry? What's your problem?" He braced his hands against his knees. "I'm sorry." She waited for something else. About what? His eyes closed, his head ducking down again. Even though he made no sound, she knew he was weeping. And that was so completely not what she expected from someone like him. Closing the door, she wanted to protect his privacy for him. "What happened? Is everyone all right?" Lane shook his head, took a deep breath, and recomposed himself. No, not everyone. Is it your sister? I heard she's had some issues. Edward. They took him. Okay, so this is the older brother, and who took him? Edward. God, she'd seen the man around the estate from time to time, and he appeared to be the last person anyone could take anywhere. Unlike his father, whose office was at Easterly, Edward worked down at BBC headquarters. I know that is not British Broadcasting Corporation, though that's all I'm going to think of, because why in the fuck did you call their bourbon company something that can be abbreviated to BBC? This is a terrible, terrible idea. Somebody should have told her to change it. Headquarters in the heart of the city, and from what little she knew, he was the anti-Lane. Very serious, extremely aggressive businessman. We have, yes, a master at women. Yeah, that's up there on the cringe. It's up there. Oh, I know what breadcrumbing is, but I don't remember. I'm sorry, I'm not quite following, she said. He was kidnapped in South America. I was gonna say take like he was kidnapped. We're reading another book with kidnapping? I didn't do this on purpose. I didn't know about this. He was kidnapped in South America. The ransom is being negotiated. What the actual fuck? Like, I know rich people, like, getting kidnapped. It's a real thing. This is not a... It really happens, okay? It's a cottage industry in some places. He rubbed his face hard. I can't imagine what they're doing to him. It's been 5 days since the demand. Jesus Christ, how did this happen? He was supposed to be protected down there. How did they let this happen? So is it gonna... What? Did he get tortured or something? Then he shook himself and pegged her with hard eyes. You can't say anything. Jin doesn't even know yet. We're keeping everything quiet so it doesn't get out in the press yet. I won't. I mean, I won't say a word. Are the authorities involved? My father's been working with them. This is a nightmare. I told him not to go down there. I'm so sorry. What a pathetic statement. Is there anything I can do? Which was just another pathetic bunch of syllables. It should have been me, Lane muttered. Or Max. Why couldn't it have been one of us? We're worthless. It should have been one of us. Okay, so we know how this family is structured. The eldest son is, the golden boy, the king. The rest of you are expendable. Except, what happens when the golden boy is taken out of action? Because we're told that he no longer runs things, so we don't know what happened to him. Are we actually going to find out? Is the author actually going to tell us what actually happened to him, or is it going to be another big whatever, like Lara's heart condition? Future faking, I will marry you on Tuesday for a hamburger today. Yeah, I've been there, done that. Next thing she knew, she'd put the vase down somewhere and was over by the bed. Is there someone I can get for you? It should have been me. She sat next to him and lifted a hand to touch his shoulder, but then she thought better of it. A cell phone went off on the bedside table, and when he made no move to answer it, she asked, "Do you want me to pick that up?" When he didn't reply, she leaned to the side and looked at the screen. Chantal Blair Stowe. I think it's your girlfriend. He glanced over. Who? Lizzie reached around and picked up the phone, showing him the screen. No, I don't want to talk to her, and she's not my girlfriend. Well, he ended up marrying her, so... Is she aware of that? Lizzie wondered as she put the thing back. Lane shook his head. Edward's the only one of us who's worth a dime. That's not true. He laughed in a hard burst. The hell it's not. That was your point last week, wasn't it? Okay, so maybe they broke up? Abruptly, Lane focused on her, and there was a strange silence, as if it were only then that he realized who was in the room with him. Lizzie's heart began to pound. There was something in those eyes of his that she hadn't seen before, and God help her, she knew what it was. Sex with a playboy was nothing she was interested in. Raw lust with a real man? That was so much harder to walk away from. He is not striking me as a man capable of either raw lust or coming across as a man. Not in that way. Like I don't do the bullshit, you need to know how to bench press and crush a beer can on your head to be a man thing, because that's a bunch of crap. Those are the men you need to stay away from because they're toxic assholes. So real man is defined in many, many other ways, but this guy ain't giving it in that way. You need to go now, he said in a tight voice. Yes, she told herself, I do. And yet, for some crazy reason, she whispered, why? Because if I wanted you when it was just a game, that stare of his locked on her mouth. In my current mood, I'm desperate for you. Lizzie recoiled, and this time when he laughed, it was deeper, lower. Don't you know that stress is like alcohol? It makes you reckless, stupid, and hungry. I should know. My family deals so well in, and that's where we get cut off. So definitely he like grief banged her, and we shouldn't, but we couldn't help ourselves. But then he actually didn't stay with her and went off and married the person he doesn't even like for reasons I'm sure we'll find out that'll be really, really, really Shakespearean. It is taken care of, Miss King. Lizzie jumped out of her skin with a gasp. What? Mr. Harris frowned. The rental tent. It's been taken care of. Oh, yes. Great. Thanks. She stumbled as she turned away from the butler, and then she went the wrong way down the hall, heading to the public rooms of the house, before Mr. Harris called that to her attention. She doubled back and found a door to the outside and broke out. Right into the garden, right below Lane's bedroom window. Putting her hands to her face, she remembered how he had kissed her 2 nights after he had sat with him in the bedroom. She had been the one to seek him out, and there hadn't been any flower excuse that time. She had waited for so long as she'd been able, for as long as she'd been able, excuse me, for as long as she'd been able to stand it. And then she'd deliberately gone to his room at the end of her workday to see how he was doing, what was going on, whether there had been any resolution. Nothing had made it into the press at that point. All the coverage had come later, after Edward had finally come home. That second time she'd gone to his bedroom, she had knocked more softly. After a moment, he had opened the way in, and she could still picture how much he had aged. He'd been gaunt, unshaven, with black circles under his eyes. He had changed his clothes, although they were just different versions of what he'd always worn. A monogram button down, except it was untucked on one side. Expensive slacks, except they were creased at the bend of the pelvis, and unpressed at the heads of the knees. Gucci loafers, brand name. Ugh. Gucci loafers. No, he only had on dark socks. I'm still counting it. And all that pretty much told her what she needed to know. Come with me, she'd said to him. You need to get out of this room. In a hoarse voice, he'd asked her what time it was, and she told him it was after 8. When he looked confused, she had to clarify that it was night. She had led him down the back stairs as if he were a child, taking him by the hand, talking about nonsense. And the only thing he'd said was that he didn't want anyone to see him. And she'd made sure that happened, directing him away from the talking dining room, keeping him safe from prying eyes. As she had drawn him out into the warm night, she had heard laughter from where dinner was being eaten in the grand formal room. How could they do that? She chattered. Chatter on as if nothing was wrong, as if one of them weren't far, far away in dangerous hands. At the time, she'd had no idea what she was doing with Lane or why she cared so much that he was suffering. She only knew that the one-dimensional playboy she'd written off as a waste of privilege had become human, and his pain mattered to her, like he's a hurt puppy. They hadn't gone far, just down the brick walkway, in between the flowering shrubs and beds and over to the gazebo in the garden's far corner. They had sat together and not said much. But when she had reached for his hand, he had taken what she offered and held on tight. And when he had turned to her, she had known what he wanted, and it wasn't talking. There had been a moment of traffic jam in her head, all kinds of whoa, wait, stop, too far. But then he had leaned in and their lips had touched. The thoughts had been so complicated, the connection had been so simple. But it hadn't stayed that way. He had grabbed her and she had let him. He had put his hands into her clothes and she had let him. Somewhere in the middle of it all, she had realized that she hated him because she was attracted to him. Crazy attracted. And she had watched him in the pool that afternoon, although there had been so much more to it than that. Every time he had come to the house or left, she had tried to get a look at him, even though she would have denied it to anyone and everyone, so she's Sabrina. News that he was immediately arriving at Easterly had had the ability to electrify her, and his departures had subdued her. And the pathetic reality was that she had envied those women, those dumb blondes with their perfect bodies and their southern drawls, who had put the proverbial revolving door to his bedroom to good use. The truth that she had not wanted to admit to herself was that she would have found something to dislike in him no matter what his demographics had been. It hadn't been about his money, his old family, the multiple women, his too good looks, or the too slick smile. What she hated about him was how he made her feel. The vulnerability had been a vicious intruder into her life, an unwelcome house guest that had moved in and traveled with her to work and dogged her even in her dreams. Yeah, she's Sabrina all the way. I've only seen the remake, but same deal. In retrospect, she should have listened to that fear, chosen that instinct over the incredible attraction. Life wasn't always that provocatively wise, however. Sometimes you didn't heed the warning signs and you put the pedal to the metal and you went screaming around the blind turn. I'm counting that as a three-peat. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on in this book, but yeah, he's a guy thinking with his dick, she's thinking with her pussy, and yep. I guess that's what it's supposed to just be. Two pretty people that are attracted to each other, surrounded by money and bourbon, and he couldn't keep his hands off her, but he can't be with her because society wouldn't approve, and classism, and blah 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 blah. But we know what's going to happen, of course. He's going to divorce the harpy wife. She's going to, he's going to hook up with Lizzie. Everything's going to be lovely. And then the ex wife will implode it, or something will implode it, and they'll be apart. And then they'll have to get back together. And that's why there's 3 books. I did, by the way, look up if this was made into a movie. Here's the weird thing NBC bought the rights to these books, to all 3 of them, a long time ago, intending to make a TV series out of it, a streaming series out of these books. That never happened. The project got dropped. However, I keep finding references saying there was a Lifetime movie made of these. It has an IMDb page that is pretty substantial, but there's no release date on it. And so I don't know if the movie was ever made or not, because there are IMDb pages for like things that started getting made and then stopped and the pages don't get taken down. That happens. Like there's a page for National Treasure 3 that's been there since like 2000. So that could be a possibility, or if there is an actual Lifetime movie out there, I haven't found it yet. I am looking though, but I only yeah, Deacon, right? It's exactly the kind of thing Lifetime would pick up 100%. So I cannot confirm if they ever actually made it, but there was an intent. There's a second author credited too. So at one point there was at least a script. There was a screenplay written because there was a second author listed as coming in on the screenplay. So they wrote it. But did they actually film it? I don't know. Given that it's Lifetime, probably, because they make what, like 20 movies a week, because they make them for about $1.50, and they reuse the same actors and the same scripts. She still had pain from the crash, that was for sure. Oh, he broke her heart. We're gonna find out he had to do it, had to hurt her to send her away, but secretly he still loved her. Blah blah blah. End of chapter. Apparently that's an end of chapter. Okay, so we're gonna take a stretch break. Oh, 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 oh. Oh. Yes, I know there's a hole in the shirt, but it was clean and it was light enough to wear in this heat. I gotta do laundry tomorrow. Well, tomorrow or Monday. Sunday is not a great day to do laundry. It's usually busy. Whereas Monday, Tuesday, it's completely dead. Which is good because I prefer to wait till I have like 6 loads of laundry to do and then do it all at once. Which you can only do if there's nobody else there. Otherwise, it's considered rude to take all the machines, though quite frankly, I don't care because I live here too. I've never had any problem taking all the machines in the laundry room. Chapter 8 Red and Black Stables, Ogden County, Kentucky. As the sun began to set, its golden rays penetrated Stable B's open bay, spilling onto the broad concrete aisle and leaving a trail of pure magic through which hay and dust particles ambled. The rhythmic sound of a box broom whisking down the way brought out the mare's head and their intelligent eyes and graceful muzzles popping forward in inquiry. See, finally we have horses. Horses are good. Edward West Fork Bradford Baldwin went slow on the sweeping, his body not what it had once been, and the effort wasn't all that bad. The constant pain he was in ceding to the gentle exercise. The chronic discomfort would return, however, as soon as he stopped or fell into a different series of movements. He had become used to that. Okay, so he was definitely like injured somehow. The combination of muscles and bones and organs that supported his brain on its journey through this current mortal incarnation, there's a hell of a phrase, was a machine that no longer made transitions well. Did he get shot in the head or something? Did he get, what's the guy? Cyril. Who knows the show Oz? Did he get the Cyril treatment? Did that happen to him? By the way, if you have watched Oz and you've only seen the guy who plays Cyril in that, find a clip of him in anything else. It's a huge head fuck to see and hear him acting completely normal and non-brain damaged. It's weird. Also, you will respect just how good an actor that guy fucking is. Wow. Like, but he is like my favorite part of Oz. If you didn't love Cyril, he was like the pet of the group. You have no idea what's going on in this book? Yeah, I know. So far, I'm not quite sure either. We're 71 pages in, and I'm still very unsure of. I'm not. There are characters who have been mentioned that I'm not even sure if they're alive. Okay, we're we're getting there. It was much preferred entrenched activity, repeated effort in its prescribed fashion, or sustained rest in any position. His physical therapist, aka the sadist, told him to stay active with varied pursuits, rather like, as they had explained, someone who is having to rewire their brain through occupational therapy. So I'm assuming he got shot in the head. The more he kept changing things up, the better for his, quote, recovery, end quotes. He always put that word in quotation marks. True recovery to him was a return to what he had been, and that was never going to happen, even if he were able to walk right, eat right, sleep through the night. So he either got shot in the head or had a stroke. I'm guessing he got shot, and so that's why he's like not seen as the heir apparent anymore because he has brain damage. There was no going back to that other person who had been a younger, better natured, better looking version of himself. So he got shot in the face or something, right? Now he hides because he's like all hideously deformed. He hated the sadists, but they were just a long list of things for which he held enmity. And this broken body they seemed so intent on rehabbing was simply not getting with the program. He'd been at it for how long? And still the pain, all the time the pain, to the point where it was hard to gather the energy to break through that wall of fire to get anywhere, to get where he was to get where he was in this moment, where things were working in some semblance of order. It was as if he were meeting the same mugger in every alley he tried to go down. He sometimes wondered if he would feel less worn out if it were a different criminal from time to time, a different foe marking off with his quality of life. The robbers had been from a consistent thief, however. What are you doing, girl? He paused to stroke a black muzzle. You good? After a chuffing reply from the thoroughbred, Edward kept going. The breeding season had gone very well, and he had 90% of his 23 mares in foal. If all went as planned, their babies would be born the following January, critical for ensuring start of the year birth dates. For racing, the clock began ticking by the calendar, not the actual drop date. So if you wanted a future 3-year-old you'd run in the Derby to be as mature and strong as possible, you better get those mares foaling no later than March for their nearly year-long pregnancies. Okay, now we're learning about horse breeding, because that's another thing in the South. You know, yes, the ghost of Bourbon Pass. Yes. He could be. He could be a ghost that haunts the stables for all we know at this point. Like, seriously. Ugh. And most racing people operated in a stratified system where the breeders were separate from the yearling breakers, who were different from the track trainers. But he had enough money and time on his hands so that he could not only breed, but ushered his horses through elementary school here on his farm, to middle school at the center he'd bought last year, to the booking blocks of stalls at Steeple Hill Downs in Charlemont and Garland Downs in neighboring Arlington, Kentucky. I'm assuming that's where those places actually are. I've heard of the Steeple Hill Downs because, it's on TV. The money required for his breeding and racing operation was astronomical, and any return on investment was hypothetical, which is why syndicates of investors were typically formed to spread the financial exposure and risk. He, on the other hand, didn't do syndicates, co-investors, partners. He hadn't lost anything yet. In fact, he was almost making money. His operation in the last year and a half had produced remarkable results, all thanks to Nebuchadnezzar, his stallion, who happened to be the biggest, meanest son of a bitch anyone had ever come across. That nasty bastard bred fast sons and daughters, though, something he had discovered when he'd moved here to the Red and Black's caretaker's cottage and bought the 4-hooved spawn of the devil and the 3 Neb's 2-year progeny at auction. The following year, all 3 descendants had won more than 200 grand apiece by April, and one of them had been second in the Derby, third in the Preakness, and first in Belmont. I know that's the Triple Crown. And that had been his Farm off to the races, as they say. This year he was slated to do even better. He had 2 horses in the Derby, both from Neb's loins. He couldn't say that his heart was in the business, but it certainly was better than sitting around and ruminating on everything he had lost. Just like all those racehorses, he had been bred, born, and trained for a given future, to take over the Bradford Bourbon Company. But like a thoroughbred who had broken his leg, that was no longer his future. Buenas noches, GF. GF. We have somebody speaking Spanish. Great. How many other languages are we going to cram into this book? Edward nodded at one of his 11 stable hands. Hasta mañana. He resumed his sweeping, ducking his head. Something else in Spanish. Who? No sé. Edward frowned and used the broom as a cane, limping down to the open bay. Yeah, right? I know this. Yes, you only make money from selling siring rights or training other people's horses. Other than that, horse racing is a tax write-off. You are correct about that. Yeah, because I know. That's why it's, yeah, stallions get put out to stud and they charge huge, like genuinely huge, like sometimes millions of dollars, fees to sire mares. Mares are typically like what they own and race. It's usually female horses that are raced. And then yeah, they're for breeding. It's all about the genetics in horse racing. But yeah, the money is in breeding the horses, not racing the horses, because it costs way more for the training, the board, the entrance fees, transport, vets. Like it costs way more than you're going to win, even if your horse is a Triple Crown winner. The reason you want to say I own a Triple Crown Derby champion is so you can charge $1 million for that stallion to breed somebody else's mare. That's where the money is. That's why you want the titles. It's to raise the price when you breed it. It is not for winning. But that's the only reason you want those titles, is so you can point to the pedigree of the horse and increase its value for breeding. Like that's why the horses are so carefully microchipped, because there's so much fraud that goes on with the legacy of horses, and like false people will say they won races that they didn't, or they're from a foreign land where they've won a ton of races and you can't verify anything. There's so much fraud that goes on. But it's something old money does. Absolutely. Like the Queen of England, famously, no joke, had a stable of thoroughbred horses most of her life because she liked horses. And guess what? She made a good income on. It was the breeding of those horses. It was not them winning races. She attended the Kentucky Derby, I think, more than once, and probably had horses in it, but that's not where the money came from. Like, other fun fact in the world of animal breeding, bulls and cows, okay, the cows are not worth anything because cows are a dime a dozen, but the same kind of legacy genetics applies to bulls because people raise them for the rodeos and things like that. And so, like, hiring a bull to, like, mate with all of your cows can be thousands and thousands of dollars as well. It is in microchips. The horse will have a tattoo under their upper lip that will correspond to their identity paperwork. I thought they had a microchip at this point. But I guess maybe some things are still old school. Because, yeah, I know some dogs, instead of a microchip, they will have an ear tattoo. Which, personally, I don't like the idea of tattooing animals. But it could definitely be a thing. Because, yeah, keeping track of, like, the genetics and all that, it's such a highly contested thing. Dog breeding does it a little bit, but not too much. But horse breeding, man, they take it to the extreme. Outside on the circular drive, a 2-acre long black limousine was rolling to a halt in front of Barn A. Really, a 2-acre long limousine? That must be hell on a curve. Mo Brown, the stable manager, walked out to the monstrosity, the man's long strides eating up the distance. Mo was 60, lanky as a fence rail, and smart as a mathematician. He also had the eye that a guy could pretty much tell a horse's future from the moment the animal stood up on its hooves for the first time. They still use tattoos because it's harder to fake. Scan a chip and copying it is way easier than trying to forge their tattoo paperwork. Interesting. Okay, so old school is still for the win on some things. I can totally see that, yeah. Because, with the digital age, you can hack anything. So, yeah, it makes sense they might keep it old school to protect the investment. Because, like I said, yeah, you're talking like millions of dollars can be invested in trying to breed a future champion. That the only reason you want the thing to be a champion is so you can turn around and then breed it again and make more money. It's an investment, but it's not a profitable one unless you get it right. And he was slowly but surely teaching his secrets to Edward. Edward's innate knack, on the other hand, was the breeding. He just seemed to know which bloodlines to cross. As Mo stopped at the limo, a uniformed chauffeur got out and went around to the rear doors, and Edward shook his head when he saw what emerged. The Prendergasts were sending in the heavy guns. Okay, so we have more people. The 40-ish woman emerging from the vehicle's back seat was thinner by 3 times than even Mo, dressed in pink Chanel. There we go. Brand name drop. Gotta have Chanel. And had more hair than what was in Neb's entire tail. Beauty and pretty and pampered as a Pomeranian, and with a will to give those steel magnolias a run for their money. Never saw that. Buggy Prendergast was used to getting her way. Wow, way to tell me we're not supposed to like this character with a name like that. That's great. For example, about 5 years ago, she'd played her hand and gotten one of the Sycons in an old oil family to throw out his perfectly good first wife in favor of her. Whoa! His perfectly good first wife? What? Oh, that is a horrific sentence. And ever since then, she'd been dumping his money into thoroughbreds. Edward had already told her no 3 times over the phone. No syndicates, no co-investors, no partners. He'd bred for himself and no one else. Oh, great. So now we're going to fight. We're going to fight for the horses. Wait, if somebody burns down the stable, I swear. If this turns into that. Hello, persnickety. All right, since you're here, I will read the thing. I posted this, but I wanted to read it for anyone who didn't see, because I was tearing out pages of the last 365 book, and I found something that I missed initially because it's on the last goddamn page. There is an author's note for those books. Yes, right? Yeah, people that make money in racing are the trainers and the jockeys. Yep. If they're lucky. It's a hard business. We have an author's note from 365 days. This is the last page of the last goddamn book, so that's why I missed it. I'm guessing a lot of people should. Nobody should credit themselves as an author for that dribble. Oh, we'll get there. But here is what it reads. Here's what the so-called author wanted you to know about her series that I am convinced she is just the public face of, and definitely somebody else wrote the last third of the last book because it was batshit crazy and made no fucking sense. Or even remembered its own goddamn story. It's how you know it was written by somebody else who didn't read it. But here's what she would like you to know about her stories. If you haven't found the moral in my story, I'm in a hurry to explain. The 365 Days trilogy does not glorify rape and Stockholm Syndrome. Massimo, as you can see, is not perfect nor flawless, and Laura is stupid. I'm sorry, but if you fell for the charm of the main character, you've probably done it more than once in real life. But remember, all that glitters is not gold, and money and the appearance of happiness do not bring true happiness. Freedom, independence, space, and partnership count, not dictatorship and expensive shoes. Winky face emoji. For one, this sounds like a note from legal. Like, please specify that you are not saying rape is good in a relationship so we don't get sued. Yes! Yes, Adele! Yes, the please don't sue me page. That's what this is. This is the please don't sue me page that legal handed them, and then a publisher got a hold of it and turned it into this. Okay? But let's pretend that this is true. It's not. This is bullshit. This is a joke. This is a fuck you, because to everyone who called this a glorification of rape, which it is. Let's be clear. And also, let's note the line where it says does not glorify rape. Notice how there's extra spaces? There's extra spaces to make sure you pay attention to all of the words. Come on, camera. But yeah, there's extra spaces. And let's just riddle this out. If there was a moral to that story, which there isn't. But if the point of it was supposed to be money can't buy you happiness, which seems to be what this is saying, that the expensive shoes, the Givenchy boots, and the ugly ass, overall bikini thing that we think we found, maybe. The moral of the story is not to read the book. Yeah, that's true. But if the point was supposed to be that Laura, who we know is a materialistic person before she gets kidnapped, because we saw her stuff, she has expensive stuff, she likes expensive things. And so if it's supposed to be she gets kidnapped by a guy who showers her with expensive things, because he does, she has all the money in the world, she has the Givenchy boots and the Chanel sunglasses and all the other designer brand names, she's got a closet full of brand name clothes, she hugs the boots, she's got all the stuff, she's got all the money and everything she could ever want, and life is perfect, she's living in this trick-ass mansion with her idiot best friend and having all the sex. But she's not happy. That's the constant theme of the books. She's not happy. She has everything, but she's not happy. That's not even the entire premise, because the other half of that is she's being held captive and sexually violated and raped and physically abused and choked and treated like a hostage and carted from place to place like a piece of furniture. She has no freedom, no independence of movement, no control over anything. She gets treated like a fuck doll and worse. But she's not happy and she has the boots, and shouldn't you be happy if you have the boots and all the stuff? So that already fails on that level, because there's other reasons she's not happy other than, oh, I just have stuff and I'm a vapid, empty person. She's quite happy being a vapid, empty person. But if you want to have the story that money doesn't buy happiness, here's what you have to do. You have to have the other guy be poor. The only way that works, if you're trying to show that money doesn't buy happiness and Massimo is the guy with money, the only way it works is if Nacho is poor. If Nacho is running a not-for-profit soup kitchen when she falls in love with him, then it works. But that's not what happens. He's a rich guy too. He owns a fucking island. He owns a bunch of mansions. He owns a bunch of ugly sports cars. And yes, she might wear jeans, like shorts and a t-shirt when she's with Nacho instead of a Chanel suit, but I guarantee you those are $900 Gucci shorts she's wearing. Like, if you want to really show the contrast and show her realizing that money won't make her happy, here's what you do. Since she's constantly drunk in these books, except when pregnant, she's constantly drunk. Here's what you have. You have her get arrested for a DUI, and she gets sentenced to community service, where she has to serve at a soup kitchen, where she is, you know, she doesn't want to touch homeless people, and she's worried about getting her fancy clothes dirty, and you know, she's all like, I'm so much better than this. Why do I have to do this? But then she meets the charming, happy-go-lucky, still devastatingly handsome, he can still be really handsome Nacho, who's the guy who runs this not-for-profit soup kitchen and makes his living as an amateur surfer and dog walker because he doesn't care about money or materialistic possessions. And he's so happy and such a great guy, and she falls for him and his charms and decides to give up her life of wealth and privilege. We'll cut out the mafia crap and go be with him, and is happy living the simple life and, you know, working in a soup kitchen and watching him surf and cheering from the waves and doing without all the fancy expensive things. That's how you tell that story. You have to give up the money. But she doesn't give up the money. She just goes from one rich, violent, abusive rapist guy to another rich, violent, abusive rapist guy. They're the same person. So, fuck you, whoever wrote this, because this wasn't the author, but whoever wrote this, the biggest fuck you in the world to this person for trying to play at that you had a fucking point at all, because you didn't have a point. There is no moral to this story. You're not trying to get some kind of down-to-earth message across. You are not anti-money or anti-fancy shit. You are not anti-capitalism or classism or whatever the fuck this was supposed to be. You were not at all making the point that you can be happy without a ton of money and stuff. That is nothing in the story. So, had to rant about that, because Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, but they are boots with the fur. I know, right? Because for boots with the fur, you'll put up with being raped once a week, right? Because you get all the stuff, so what are you complaining about? Devil Wears Prada did it better. I gotta see the sequel to that. She still ended up with the guy who kidnapped her. It was just a second kidnapper. You are actually right about that. Yep. It's true. Have her bump him to the MMA fighter and fall for him. Wasn't he nice and presumably not a rich monster? Yes. Yeah, we only saw him briefly, and then Massimo had both his arms and legs broken, and he was weirdly fine with it, saying to Laura, oh, I didn't know who you were now. I didn't know you belonged to him. I shouldn't have sexually assaulted you in the elevator, which he did. But he's still the least rapey guy in all of them. Yeah, there were no good male characters in that story at all. There were no good female characters. There are no good characters in that story. But fuck whoever wrote that author's note and thinks they're being cute, especially with the winky face emoji at the end. You're not cute. That was no part of the intention. And you're just that is just saying fuck you to the haters. That's what that is. That is just to piss people off and try and, like, not get sued. Yeah, there's barely a story in the story, and it contradicts itself. Because at the end, it seems to forget its own story and contradicts itself several times. So there's that as well. But yeah, fuck that shit. Oh, and persnickety, in case you didn't hear, E.L. James has a new book coming out in October. This one's about a teenage girl that falls in love with a ghost. And looks like it's a ripoff of the TNG episode Sub Rosa, which already got sued once for copyright infringement. Can a different party sue them again? Because they might. And you know what's weird is I just saw Gates McFadden doing an interview with a Star Trek YouTube channel that blew up very quickly, and she actually brought up Sub Rosa because apparently I didn't know this. She directed that episode. I did not know that. Um, and she is quite fond of it in her own way, and hinted that there is an action figure of Beverly Crusher from that episode apparently being made. I want this now, if it's real. If that was not a joke, I want the Beverly Crusher Sub Rosa action figure. If it becomes real, I want one. Okay, so back to guy who suffered some kind of brain damage and is now gone from being the head of the Bourbon Empire to now just the guy who is content with his horses and has physical limitations. So, like, I assume they're saying because he has like mental limitations that that's why he can't like be the head of the empire, because you have to do like business and be really smart and stuff. But because the physical stuff you could get around, it wouldn't affect your ability to head a company. But if he has like actual brain damage, that would. But it also sounds like he's still in charge because he's talking about buying the horses and like all that stuff. So he clearly is still in charge to a degree, or do they just let him spend money on whatever because they can afford it? Like, what are we doing here? Uh, the man got out after he was not her husband. Given the briefcase he was holding, one had to assume he was an accountant of some kind. Really? Briefcase equals accountant? I would think lawyer before I would think accountant. Certainly wasn't a security guard. Too short, and those glasses were a testosterone drain if Edward had ever seen one. What? We're saying a guy can't kick your ass if he's wearing glasses? Clark Kent. Most started jawing with them, and Edward could tell it was not going well. Then things went from bad to worse when that briefcase got summarily laid on the hood of the limousine and Buggy opened it with a flourish, like she was lifting up her skirt and expecting everyone to moan with approval. Ew. Edward came out into the late sunshine with his broom cane and his bad mood. As he approached, Buggy didn't look over, and when he stopped behind Mo, she gave him nothing but a glare, as if she didn't appreciate a stable hand playing witness to all this. $250,000, she said, and I'm leaving with my colt. Mo moved the piece of straw he was chewing because we have to go all the way with the South. Does anybody actually chew on a piece of... What is the point? You always see it in movies, somebody chew on a piece of straw. Does anybody actually do this in real life? Move the piece of straw he was chewing on to the other side of his mouth. I don't think so. I have the money. Y'all need to leave the property. Where is Edward Baldwin? I demand to speak with... I'm right here, Edward said in a low voice. Mo, I'll handle this. And the Lord grants us small miracles, the man muttered as he walked off. As Buggy's colored contacts went up and down Edward's body, even her Botox face strained with the shock she clearly felt. Edward, you look smashing, I know. He nodded at the money. Close that ridiculous show up and get back in your vehicle and go about your business. I told you over the phone I do not sell my stock. Buggy cleared her throat. I heard what happened to you. I didn't realize, however, the plastic surgeons did a fine job with my face, don't you think? Did you get shot in the face? Yes, they did. But enough catching up. You're leaving. Buggy pinned a smile on her face. Now, Edward, how long have our families gone back? Your husband's family and mine have known each other for over 200 years. Wow. I don't know. I don't know your kin, and I have no intention of making their acquaintance. What I am very sure of, however, is that you're not leaving here with the rights to any foal. Now, gone. Gone. It's just G apostrophe O-N, so forgive me if I can't say it. Get going. As he turned away, she said, There's $250,000 in that briefcase. Is that supposed to impress me? My dear woman, I can find quarter of a million in the cushions of my couch, so I assure you, I'm wholly unswayed by your show of liquidity. More to the point, I can't be bought. Not for $1, not for $1 billion. He glanced over at the chauffeur. Am I getting my shotgun, or are you squeezing yourself back into that limo and having your driver hit the gas? I'm going to tell your father about this. This is disgraceful. My father is dead to me. You're more than welcome to discuss my business with him, but it will get you no further than this wasted trip out to the country. Enjoy your derby weekend elsewhere. Okay, seriously, no self-respecting business person is going to just show up with a briefcase full of money and demand to be able to buy a horse. That is not how anything works, and nobody would do that. And I'm guessing we're going to find out the father, who apparently is still alive, is just a son of a bitch, and now that his eldest son, heir apparent, is injured, defective, deformed, ugly, impaired, whatever words will be used, probably all of the above, he's like, now he's been passed over to run the company. They, they've just completely split ways. Or maybe are we going to find out his father didn't want to pay the ransom or something, and that's why he got shot? Is that what it's going to be? Are we going to go that hardcore? Hey, there's Zeus. More exposition for the reader, because these two would know how long their families have known each other. Yes. Is the author Southern at all? I don't know. I don't think so. J.R. Ward is her pen name. Her real name is, I believe, Jessica Bird. Hold on, let me see. Yeah. Okay, here's a picture. This is the actual author. Let's see. Does it say? It says she lives in the South with her family. I don't know if she is originally from the South. But yeah, I think her real name is Jessica Bird. I don't think she's originally from the South, but I don't remember. Where did she move from? I don't know. Just says she lives in the South with her family. There's probably more on the other earlier books. But yeah, there's a picture. So if you find that picture at the top of like an Instagram or something, that's her. But yeah, I don't know where she's originally from. Yeah, I'm guessing. I don't think she's originally from the South. Yeah, it doesn't sound like it. Doesn't sound like it. Can AI be Southern? It's a possibility. That's also a possibility, because these were written in the mid to late 2010s. Ugh. So, yeah, this is so not how you go about buying a horse. You don't just show up with a briefcase full of cash. That's insane. Like, you get laughed off the property. And like, especially, why would you think cash would sway this guy? He's like the heir apparent to a probably multi-billion-dollar dynasty. He doesn't care about your money. Like, if you want a horse from this guy, you better find something that he wants, like a super expensive yacht, and make a trade, because that'll get you somewhere. But cash ain't gonna do it, because he don't need your cash. Pushing into the broom handle, he started to shamble his way back to the barn. In his wake, the chorus of multiple car doors opening and closing as the limo's tires squealing out on the asphalt suggested that the woman was on her cell phone bitching to her 20 years older husband about the shameful way she'd just been treated. Although considering gossip had her having been an exotic dancer in her 20s, he could guess she'd been exposed to rather a lot worse in her previous life. Oh, so she's one of those girls. We're likely shot off the property. Yeah. Yeah, it is the South. People got guns. Before he went back inside and resumed his sweeping, he looked over the vista of his farm. The hundreds of acres of rolling grassland that was cut into paddocks with dark brown 5-rail fences. The 3 stables with their red and gray slate roofs and their black siding with red trim. The outbuildings for the equipment and the state-of-the-art trailers where the white farmhouse where he stayed, and the clinic and the exercise ring. His mother owned all of it, and her great-grandfather had bought the land and started the equine enterprise. Then her grandfather and father had continued to invest in the business. Things had coasted after her father died some 20 years ago, and Edward had certainly never considered getting involved. As the eldest son, he'd been destined to step into the leadership role at the Brantford Bourbon Company. And actually, more than what legacy or primogeniture. Okay, here's a thesaurus.com word for you. Grab a pen. PRIMOGENITURE. Whatever the fuck that is. I can guess what it means. Primogeniture, whatever. Dictated. That had been where his heart was. He had been a distiller in his blood, as scrupulous with his products as a priest. But then everything had changed. Red and black stables had been the best post-everything solution. A diversion that occupied his days until he could drink himself to sleep. And even better, it was something his father wasn't involved in. What little future he had was here with the bluegrass and the horses. It was all he had. Okay, this is so stupid because who this guy is, the fact that he is deformed or like his face has been reconstructed or he has some physical disabilities or whatever. He's wealthy enough and high society enough that he would not be this is literally being put out to pasture is the joke within the joke here. The subtlety is that he's been put out to pasture because he's he's firstborn and that he's Mason Verger. Who knows their Hannibal lore? He's Mason Verger, okay? Without the evil and the psychotic and the other things. But he is Mason Verger. He's the head of very old money, old dynasty. In that one, Mason Verger's the head of like a pig pork meat company empire that is also like 200 years old and very old money. And guess what? He gets fucking messed up. He peels off his own face with a piece of broken mirror, feeds it to dogs, but survives. He's also quadriplegic with a broken neck. And guess what? He still runs the family empire. He's still a very powerful, sick, twisted, very influential, powerful person who still runs his empire. Yes, he does it from a wheelchair and he has like servants constantly, but he still runs the family empire, regardless of being physically incapacitated and like, deformed face and all that. So, no, the firstborn son of a wealthy legacy dynasty is not getting put out to pasture and told to go, breed his horses and drink himself to death, because he can't run the family fortune company anymore. That's not gonna happen. You enjoyed that, didn't you? Mo said from behind him. Not really. He shifted his weight and began to sweep the aisle again. But no one is getting a part of this farm, not even God himself. You shouldn't talk like that. Edward glanced over his shoulder to remind the man what his face looked like. You really think there's anything I'm afraid of now? Oh, because he's not devastatingly handsome anymore and therefore his life is over. Kill me with this fucking... As Mo made the sign of the cross, oh yes, because somebody has to be religious, Edward rolled his eyes and went back to work. Why is there always a dash of religion in these books? Why? Ugh. End of chapter. See, we got through 2 chapters already. You know why? Because they're a reasonable length. And they all have roughly the same amount of pages. It's so nice. Okay, so I'm going to take a 2-second break because I drank a bunch of iced tea. And, things and things and things. Yeah, he is the firstborn. Everything is weird. So far, everything is weird. A lot of actual people in the horse world that are loaded would rather be out on their farm and left alone. Yeah, if that's what he wants, if she had said like he never wanted to be head of the Bourbon company, and so that's why he was happy to have the opportunity to just go be with the horses, but it sounds like he's pissed off that he got passed over. Because he said he wanted to be the distiller, he wanted to run the thing, but now he's not allowed to do that, but he's allowed to do the horses. So, like, hey, if it makes you happy. But yes, bathroom break and stretch. That's Texas, Arkansas, and Louisiana owners and trainers. Kentucky folk are different. Okay. I need more information. School me on the internal workings of all the southern states that I know compete to see who is the most southern. I think the Twin Spires corrupt the folks around there. What? What is the Twin Spires? Is that a mountain? Is that a building? I was gonna say volcano, but there's no volcanoes in Central America. Not Central America. The center of America is what I meant. Because I think the only state that has active volcanoes in it is Hawaii. I'm pretty sure. Except for that one movie set in LA, which is called Volcano, and it's a fun movie. It makes no sense, but it's fun. But yes, bathroom and stretch break. We'll be right back. I remind everyone we have ducks available, we have handcuffs available, and we have Skittles drink mix orange flavor left to try and find out what that tastes like. I'm just hoping it doesn't taste like creamsicle. That's all I want. Don't taste like a creamsicle. So we'll see. Someday we'll see. But I'll be right back. And we're back. Who thought I was kidding about not wearing pants? I'm wearing boxers with underwear under them. It's hot. Let's see. Okay, whoa, we have comments. Hawaii, Alaska, Washington, and Oregon, they all have active volcanoes? Okay, Alaska doesn't surprise me. Washington does. So does Oregon. Isn't Oregon one of the square states that's completely landlocked and in the middle? Or am I forgetting where Oregon is? Of course, that would be assuming I ever knew, which was not entirely possible. As I have said, geography not my best subject. Better kind of than history. Then you have supervolcanoes of Wyoming, North Dakota, and California. The Twin Spires is a nickname for the Churchill Downs racetrack. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Twin Spires are a prominent feature of the architecture. Okay, I've never seen like the outside of the building. Not North Dakota. Wouldn't it be Montana? Montana. Okay, that's another square state. I believe YSNP crosses into Montana. Is that the name of the volcano? Oh, is that Yellowstone National Park? Yeah, I've seen, there is actually a really good, it was one of those like Discovery Channel documentary movies, the What If movies, called Super Volcano, where it does a little kind of lifetime style movie of what happens if Yellowstone National Park ever actually erupts. It's pretty good for being like a low budget made for TV movie. It was a pretty good movie. I would like to have a copy. Ah, Ralph! Oh no, duck down! Where'd he go? Ralph, where is he? Ralph, say something! Seriously, where the hell is the duck? I don't see. Wait, where's the dog? The dog was on the couch. Where's the dog? No, where is the... No, seriously, what the fuck? Where is the duck? Oh, there he is. I see him. I see him. Hold on. We've got it. Ralph has been rescued. Sorry, Ralph. Okay, I know, it's the fan. I gotta fix it. Okay. Stay. Okay, who in the chat talks to their inanimate objects, and when you put something just so, you tell it to stay because on some level you think that it helps? Wait, Sarah Vellum, do you actually know what I'm talking about? You've seen this? It's really good, right? I want a copy of this. I was not talking about the Ninja Turtle, though. No, we do. That's Raphael. The Ninja Turtle is Raphael. And I also want to be studying history again. As long as you ask me to remember the... That's the only part I ever fucked up in history. I can tell you the who, I can tell you the where, I can tell you what happened, and I can tell you why it happened. I'm very good at the history of history. I'm just atrociously bad at the dates. Yeah, I'm very bad at telling you the when something happened. The rest I can do. You know, geography was mostly about me not paying attention because I didn't care. Okay, we're out of iced tea. I'm only allowing myself one of these of iced tea a day because otherwise I will drink nothing but iced tea, and given how much sugar and caffeine is in it, that's not a good thing. Okay, so lost the page. All right, there we go. Chapter 9. Laying in bed and playing with my breasts. Okay. Virginia Elizabeth Baldwin Jin, to her family, leaned back in her padded chair. And then I'm putting my hand between my legs. What do you want me to do? Now it's there. I assume she's like talking to a boyfriend. Yes, I'm naked. What else would I be? Now tell me what to do. She tapped her cigarette over the Baccarat crystal wine glass she'd emptied about 10 minutes ago and crossed her legs under her silk robe. Okay, so she's lying about being naked, but we have another brand name. I know Baccarat. Very popular among wealthy people, even though it is for an expensive thing, it's strangely affordable. You could just put less sugar in. I can't. It's a pre-made powder. Iced tea is different in Canada to what it is in the States. In the States, you brew actual like tea and then just chill it down and dump in sugar and lemon. It's a completely different thing here. Yeah, I need to find a less sugar. See, because where is it? What I'm using is this. Here. It's the English side. If it's in a can, it has to be Nestea. Or Brisk. Brisk is acceptable in an emergency. But for powder, it's that one, and it's too sugary. And you need something with less sugar and less caffeine. Who wrote this? Jessica Bird / J.R. Ward. That's who wrote it. See? Says so right there. What do you mean, show me? I live in Texas. Well, isn't Texas the show me state? One of them is the show me state. I forget which one. I think it's Texas, but one of them is the show me state. Because that's one thing y'all freaking do in the States. Every state has like a quarter, a bird, an animal, a motto, a like coat of arms. Every state has its own flag. Like the provinces do have their own flag, so I can't rag too hard on that, but like it's not Texas. One of them is the show me state. I don't know which one. Is Texas the we have guns state? You know, I know everything's bigger in Texas. Is that the official motto of the state? Show me is East Coast New England. Okay, so I'm way off. That's about as far from Texas as you get. Texas is a Lone Star state. Of course it is. Fuck, I knew that. Somewhere I knew that. Though I shall always remember that my at the time like in her 80s grandmother in their very white upper middle class suburb of retired old people, a younger couple moved into the neighborhood right across the street, and they put a giant black Texas star on the front of their house, presumably because they were from the States. And my grandmother thought it was a witchcraft star and was like refused to talk to them or like say hi to them when we moved in. And I told her it was a Texas star because it was the 5-pointed filled in Texas star. It was not the pentagram star of Wicca. But to her, they're the same thing because there's a giant star on the front of their house. And I'm like, Grandma, it's a Texas star. They're probably from Texas. She said they were from the States. But she was freaked out by those people and would never talk to them. Missouri is the show me state. Okay. Someday I gotta look up why it's called that. Dixie for Atlanta? Like, I know they say, like, way down in Dixie. Is there actually a place called Dixie? I'm sure there is. There's probably more than one. There was a show called Heart of Dixie that was a cute, charming little rom-com about big city doctor moves to small town and doesn't fit in and meets handsome guy, and that's as far as I. Dixie's in Alabama. Yeah, it's in some songs too. Crossed her legs under her silk robe. The tugging on her hair was beyond annoying, and she glared at her hairstylist in the mirror of her bathroom. Oh, so she's fully lying, saying she's being all sexy to whoever's on the phone when she's having her hair done for something. Oh, yes, she moaned into her cell phone. I'm wet. So wet. Only for you. So she's stringing this guy along, whoever the hell this is. Can you imagine even faking this with your hairstylist in the room? Because I have had many a phone call like this for fun and for profit. Not recently, sadly, but I've had many a phone call like this. There was nobody else in the room. No, I was not. I was doing exactly what she was doing and faking it, but there was nobody else in the room. Well, except for the occasional fur-bearing animal. She had to roll her eyes at the good girl reference, but that was what Conrad Stetson liked because he was an old-fashioned kind of man. He needed the illusion that the woman he was being unfaithful to his wife with was monogamous to him. Okay, so he's cheating on his wife and she has a string of lovers, apparently. So silly. But Jin did rather miss the early days of their relationship. It had been heady stuff to draw him slowly, inexorably away from his marriage. Oh, so she's a professional homewrecker. Okay. She had reveled in how hard he'd fought the attraction to her, the shame he'd felt when they first kissed, the way he tried so valiantly not to call her, see her, seek her out. What? She's a succubus. What the fuck? And for a week or two, she'd actually been interested in him. His attention a drug well worth binging on. Once she'd fucked him a few times, though. Well, it was too much missionary for one thing. Okay, so she's more kinky than him. Oh, yes, yes, yes. I'm coming, I'm coming. As she orgasmed, and it's in quotes, her stylist flushed from embarrassment but kept pinning her dark hair in place while a maid came in from the walk-in closet with a velvet tray in her hands. On it were two parures, some kind of jewelry. Parures. Not sure what the hell that is. So we now have two words we need to look up. One made of Burmese Rubens by Cartier and in the 40s, and the other a sapphire creation done in the late 50s by Van Cleef and Arpels. Okay, I'm writing down my pen. I'm dropping everything tonight. Ow. We're up to 5 brand names so far. Both were her grandmothers, one having been given to big Virginia Elizabeth by her husband on the birth of Jin's mother, and the other presented on her grandparents' 20th wedding anniversary. Still don't know what those... Yes, that's the word. What are they? Are we talking earrings, necklace, a circlet? What is it? She made a moaning noise, then hit mute and shook her head at the maid. I want the Winston diamonds. I believe Mrs. Baldwin is wearing them. As Jin pictured her sister-in-law, Chantal, with the 100+ carats of D flawless on, she smiled and spoke slowly as if addressing a dolt. Then take the diamonds my father bought my mother off that bitch's neck and ears and bring them here to me. Okay. It's a matching set. Okay. There we go. Okay. That makes more sense. And we have high society bored trollops fighting over who gets to wear the best diamonds. The maid blanched. My pleasure? Just before the woman stepped out of the bedroom, Jin called over, make sure you clean them first. I can't stand that drugstore perfume she insists on wearing. My pleasure. You really don't want the maid washing your diamonds. It was a bit of a stretch to refer to Flower Bomb by Victor and Rolf as drugstore, but it wasn't Chanel. Okay, never heard of Victor and Rolf. I'm sure they're some expensive perfume. I know Chanel. Honestly, though, what could you expect from a woman who hadn't even made it through Sweetbriar? I'm going to assume that's some kind of finishing school. Jin unmuted the phone. Baby, I've got to go. I need to get ready. I'm so sorry you can't be here, but you understand. Yes, I can't parade around a married guy, so I'll have to parade somebody else. Yeah, that's what I know of American iced tea. That's what it is. It's real tea that you then add sugar. Cue that Peanuts routine where the adult's voice turned muffled. God, had he always had that thick of a southern accent? Bradford's didn't have any kind of dreadful garbled twang, only enough of the drawl to prove what side of the Mason-Dixon line they were born and lived on, and that they knew the difference between bourbon and whiskey. I never remember where the Mason-Dixon line is or what exactly the fuck it is. Like, I think, if I remember, it's the line between the North and the South during the Civil War. But I don't remember where it is. You know, that's not a bad idea, said Thale. I might try that. Uh, Tennessee is where it stops? The latter being beneath contempt. Bye now, she said and hung up. As she ended the call, she decided to end the relationship. Conrad had started talking about leaving his wife, and she didn't want that. He had 2 children, for God's sakes. What was he thinking? It was one thing to have some fun on the side, but children needed the illusion of 2 parents, said the girl who wasn't raised by either. Plus, she'd already proven she had no business being a mother to anything, not even a goldfish. Okay, you're super rich. Do you think for a second you would ever have to do anything that resembled raising somebody else's children or even your own? That would be no. Though the directions say to let it steep for hours. No, Virginia? What? Isn't Virginia pretty damn far north? Like, Virginia's not that far from me. A half hour later, she was dressed in a Christian Dior gown made of UFC red that had that Harry Winston necklace laying heavy and cool on her collarbones. Her perfume was Coco by Chanel, a classic that she decided she could carry off when she hit 30. Her shoes were Lubus. That's Louis Vuitton. So we got 4 more brand name drops. I'm gonna run out of space for brand names. Again. Here's a very classy line. She was not wearing panties. Samuel Theodore Lodge was coming to dinner. Okay, so she's like a almost professional house wrecker. She just enjoys sleeping with other rich men who are married and feeling powerful by getting them between her legs and then throwing them away because she's not interested in anything real. As she stepped out into the hall, she looked to the door opposite hers. 16 years ago to the day, She had given birth to the young girl who lived there. I was gonna say about the mom line, is she secretly a mother? And that had been about it for her involvement with Amelia. A baby nurse, followed by 2 full-time nannies, coupled with a sufficient passage of time, and they were now in prep school territory. So she didn't even catch a glimpse of her daughter anymore. Great. So she had like a secret baby when she was a teenager, which I'm sure was a huge scandal in the plot of Gilmore Girls. Um, yeah, she didn't even raise her own kid in the same house. Indeed, Amelia had not come home for spring break, and that had been good. But the summer was looming, and the girl's return from Hotchkiss was not something anymore. Even Amelia's most likely looked forward to, even Amelia most likely looked forward to. So she has no relationship with her own daughter, and who probably doesn't want to come home for summer. Could you even send a 16-year-old off to summer camp? Yes. Maybe they could just ship her over to Europe for a month or two. Victorians had done that 100 years ago, before even airplanes and cars with the airbags. Could pay someone to be her chaperone. Okay, why does she actively hate her child? Like, what the actual fuck? Why do you have a 16-year-old that you don't raise at all? Like I know I just said rich people don't raise their own kids, and fine. But why does she like resent her kid or hate the existence of her kid and would not even want to see her? Are we going to find out that this is a rape baby? Cuz that's all I'm getting. Is that she was raped, she got pregnant, she couldn't have an abortion because reasons, and that's why she hates the child and wanted nothing to do with raising her or even seeing her? Is that what we're going to find out? I'm locking that in as prediction. It's odd shaped and it's taller, running along the coast in the east and the west. It's half trumpet shape. No, she does not like her kid at all. Yeah, I'm sure eventually, I hope eventually we will get told all the backstory things and the who and the what and the when and the stuff. And actually, the urge to keep the girl away from Easterly wasn't because Jin didn't love her daughter. Okay, just because we needed to be told this, because it just sounds like she doesn't love her daughter. It was just that the girl's presence was too stark a condemnation of choices and actions and lies that were Jin's own and no one else's. And sometimes it was best not to look too closely at those things. Let me guess. She got seduced at 16 by like an older married guy who took advantage or some such. It's going to be something like that. Besides, Europe was grand, especially if one did it right. Jin walked on, heading for the straight out of Tara staircase that bifurcated on a middle landing before bottoming out on both sides of Easterly's tremendous marble foyer. I don't know what straight out of Tara means. The only Tara reference I know is United States of Tara, which is a wonderful show that everyone should watch. Oh, I haven't watched that in so damn long, but it's so good. And yet every time I show it to people, they don't understand it, and then I cry. Up with each of her strides, the fall of the silk rustling against the tulle underskirting in a way that made her imagine the hushed conversation of the French woman who had put the stitches in the gown. Okay. As she came to the landing and chose the right side, as it was closer to the parlor cocktails were always served in, she could hear the patter of voices. There would be 32 for dinner tonight, and she would be seated in the chair her mother should be in, opposite and down the long table from her father at the head. She had done this a million times and would do it a million times hence, this acting as the lady of the house, and usually it was a duty she carried out with pride. Tonight, however, there was mourning behind her heart for some reason. Probably because it was Amelia's birthday. Oh, it's her daughter's birthday and she's not even... Okay. Best to get drinking. Another book where everybody drinks a lot. especially given that when she had called her daughter, Amelia had refused to come down and get on her dorm house's phone. It was the kind of thing Jin would have done. See, she was a good parent. She understood her child. Uh-huh. Lane refused to dress in black tie for dinner. Aw, he's not wearing a tuxedo. We almost had a mark. He just kept his slacks on and traded his shirt for a button down that he'd left behind when he'd gone to live with Jeff up north. He was willing to be on time. That was it. Okay. As soon as he hit the first floor, he started avoiding people's stares and looking for a drink, and he ran into an old friend before he got to the family reserve. Well, 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 the New Yorker has returned to his roots finally. Samuel Theodore Lodge III said as he came over. Lane had to smile. How's my favorite Southern fried attorney? While they embraced and clapped each other's backs, the blonde woman who was with Samuel T hung off to the side. Her eyes missing nothing, which was more than you could say about her dress. Anything shorter up top or on the bottom and she'd be in her underwear. So she was right down Samuel T.'s alley. Allow me to introduce Miss Savannah Locke. Samuel T. nodded to the woman as if giving her permission to come forward, and she was right on it, leaning in and offering her pale, slender hand. Go get us a drink, darling, would you? He'll have the family reserve. So in other words, she's arm candy, bimbo. As the woman hightailed it for the bar, Lane shook his head. I can serve myself. She's a stewardess. She likes to wait on people. Yeah, I was going to defend stewardesses, but there's a reason that the cliche exists. It's not unwarranted. Aren't they called flight attendants now? So what made you decide to come back? It can't be the Derby. That's Edward's thing. Lane shrugged off the question, not about to go into the situation with Miss Aurora. Too raw. I need your help with something. In a professional capacity, that is. Samuel T.'s eyes narrowed and then moved down to Lane's wedding ring free wedding ring free hand. Wow, he already took off the ring. Cleaning house, are you? How fast can you make it happen? I want things kept quiet and over with quick. Nodded once. Call me tomorrow morning. I'll take care of everything. 'Cause it's just that easy. Thank you. Up on the grand staircase, his sister Jin made the corner at the landing and paused as if she knew people were going to want to examine what she was wearing. And the red gown and all those jewels were in fact worth the checkout. With acres of crimson silk falling to the floor and that set of Princess D diamonds, she was the Oscars, town and country, and the court of St. James all at once. The hush that quieted through the foyer was both from awe and condemnation. Jin's reputation preceded her. Didn't that run in the family? When she caught sight of him and Samuel T., her eyebrows arched, and for a split second she smiled honestly, that old light returning to her eyes, the years peeling away until the three of them were who they had been before so much had happened. If you'll excuse me, Samuel T. said, I'll go see about our drinks. I think my date got lost on the trip back. The house isn't that big. Maybe to you and me. Samuel T. turned away. Jin lifted the skirting of her red gown and finished her descent. When she hit the black and white marble, she came right across to Lane, her stilettos clipping over the floor that had been laid 100 years before. Do we constantly need to be told that everything is really old? We get it. It's really old. They're old money, old dynasty. The house is like 200 years old. We get it. Everything is old. He expected to do a gentleman's hold on her as they embraced, in deference to her pinned-up hair and her jewels, but she was the one who squeezed until he felt her tremble. I'm so glad you're here, she said in a rough voice. You should have let me know. And that was when he did the math and realized it was Amelia's birthday. He was about to say something when he pulled back and put her she pulled back and put her mask in place, her Katharine Hepburn features falling into a perfectly vacant arrangement that made his chest ache. I need a drink, she announced. And where did Samuel T. go? He's not alone tonight, Jin. As if that matters. When she walked off with her head high and her shoulders back, he felt sorry for that poor blonde stewardess. Lane didn't know who Samuel T.'s escort was, but she had certainly gotten the right read on her date. Over at the bar, she'd set herself at his hip like a holstered revolver, as if she were fully aware she was going to have to protect her turf. God, I hate it. I hate this when it's stupid bimbos fighting over a rich guy. It's so dumb. Ugh. At least he'd have something to watch over dinner. Your family reserve, sir. Mr. Lodge sends it with his highest regard. Lane turned and smiled. Reginald Trezel had been the bartender at Easterly forever, and the African American gentleman in his black dress coat and shine shoes was more distinguished than many of the guests, as usual. Okay, so we have hot bartender. Thank you, Reg. Lane took the squat cut crystal glass from the silver tray. Hey, thanks for calling me about Miss Aurora. Did you get my voicemail? I did, and I knew you'd want to come down. She looks better than I thought she would. She puts up a front. You're not leaving any time soon, are you? Hey, how's Hazel doing? Lane deflected. She's much better, thank you, and I know you won't go back up north until things are finished here. Reginald gave him a smile that didn't change the grim light in those dark eyes, and then the man returned to his duties, walking through the crowd like a statesman, people greeting him as an equal. Did we need this line? Lane could remember when he was young people saying that Mr. Trestle was the unofficial mayor of Charlemont, and that certainly hadn't changed. God, he wasn't ready to lose Miss Aurora. That would be like having to sell Easterly, something he couldn't fathom in a universe that was functioning properly. The scent of cigarette smoke made him stiffen. There was only one person allowed to smoke in the house. On that note, Lane went in the opposite direction. His father had always been a smoker in the Southern tradition, which was to say that even though the man had asthma, he viewed it as a patriotic right to give yourself lung cancer. Not that he was sick or would get sick. He believed that a real man never let a lady pull her own chair at a table, never mistreated his hunting dogs, and never ever got sick. I've known the type. Good code of conduct. The problem was that was it. Nothing about your kids, the people who worked for you, your role as a husband, and the Ten Commandments. Just an old list used to govern the lives of other people so you weren't inconvenienced by them shooting one another shooting one another up. Okay. It was funny. Courtesy of his father, Lane had never smoked, and not as some kind of rebellion. Growing up, he and his brothers and sisters had known whenever the man was coming the smell of tobacco, and it had never been good news. Consequently, he pulled a tensed up Pavlov whenever anybody lit up. Probably the only thing his father had contributed to his life in a positive way, and even so, it was a backhanded benefit. The ice in his glass sounded like chimes as he walked through the house, and he didn't know where he was going. Until he came up to the double doors that opened into the conservatory. Gee, I wonder who's going to be in there. Ugh. Itty, itty, itty. Even though they were shut, he caught the scent of flowers, and he stood for a time staring through the panes of glass into the verdant, now colorful enclave on the other side. Lizzie was no doubt in there, arranging the bouquets as she did every year for the Thursday before the Derby. Moth to a flame and all that, he thought as he watched his hand reach out and turn the brass handle. The sound of Greta von Schlieber speaking in that German-tinted voice almost made him turn back. Courtesy of everything that had gone down, the woman hated him, and she was not one to hide her opinions. She was also likely to have a set of garden shears in her hand. But the pull to Lizzie was stronger than the urge for self-preservation. Like, dude, you're not even divorced yet. And there she was. Even though it was past 8 at night, she was sitting on a rolling stool in front of a table set with 25 silver bowls the size of basketballs, half of them filled with pale pink and white and cream flowers. The others were ready to get their due. Wet floral sponges waiting to anchor countless blooms. She glanced over her shoulder, took one look at him, and kept on speaking without missing a beat. The tables and chairs under the tent. Also, can you get some more preservative spray? Is that a real thing? Probably. Greta was not so phlegmatic. Okay, we have word number 3 that I need to know what the fuck. PHLEGMATIC. Really gotta stop with the thesaurusing. Even though she was obviously on her way out with a big, bright green Prada bag on her shoulder, a smaller orange one in her hand, and her car keys dangling from her grip, that glare, coupled with her abrupt silence, suggested she wasn't heading off anywhere until he went back to his family's party. And we got Prada. It's all right, Lizzie said quietly. You can go. Greta muttered something in German, then went out the door into the garden, speaking under her breath. What was she saying? He asked when they were alone. I don't know. Probably something about a piano falling on your head. He took a draw off the rim of his glass, sucking the cold bourbon in through his teeth. Hey, we got somebody drinks bourbon. That it. I would have expected something more bloody. I think a Steinway dropped from a short height could do some damage. Yep, there are cartoons that will back you up on that. There were a half-dozen 5-gallon plastic buckets around her, each stuffed with a different kind of flower, and she chose them as if she were playing notes on a musical instrument. This one, then that one, back to the first, then the third, fourth, fifth. The result, in a short order of time, was a glorious head of petals sprouting above the highly polished silver container. Describes a person who is calm, even-tempered, and not easily excited to emotion or action. Oh, nice. Excellent word. Da-da-da-da. Can I help? He said. Yes, by leaving. You're almost out of those. He looked around. Here, I'll bring you another bucketful. Will you just go back to your dinner? She snapped. You're not helping. Yeah, dude, seriously, you are going to mess something up. And you're nearly done with these too. He put his glass down on the table full of empty bowls and started hauling the heavy loads over. Thank you, she muttered as she removed the empties, taking them over to the ceramic sink. Now you can head off. I'm getting a divorce. Her face showed no reaction, but her hands, those sure, strong hands, nearly dropped the rose she was drawing out of the bucket out of the bucket he'd brought her. Not on my account, I hope, she said. He tipped over one of the empties and sat down on its bottom, holding his bourbon between his knees. Lizzie, what do you want me to say? Congratulations? She glanced at him. Or are you in the mood for more of a too hanky throw myself at you in a tearful relief reaction? There we go. Hype and string. First one. Because I'll tell you right now, that's the last thing you're going to get from me. I never loved Chantal. As if that matters. Lizzie rolled her eyes. The woman was having your child. There we go! Shotgun wedding! Shotgun wedding! We fucking called it! So maybe you didn't love her, but you were clearly doing something with her. And let me guess, then she mysteriously lost it, and we're going to find out she was never actually pregnant. She just faked it to get him to marry her. Lizzie, you know, that exasperated, be reasonable tone of yours is really flipping annoying. It's like you think I'm doing something wrong by not giving you a platform to talk about all the ways you were a victim. Here's what I know to be true. You came after me long and hard, and I gave in because I felt sorry about what was going on with your brother. At the same time, you were lining up the perfect socially acceptable beard to hide the fact that you were banging the help. Your problem came when I refused to be your shameful little secret. Okay, so what? He wanted to get married and, like, keep her as a side piece, and she told him to stuff it? God damn it, Lizzie, it wasn't like that. Maybe on your side. I've never treated you as an inferior. This is where she throws something at him. You've got to be kidding. How do you think I was going to feel when you told me you were in love with me, and then I read about your engagement in the society pages the next morning? Yep. She threw up her hands. Do you have any idea what that was like for me? I'm a smart woman. I have my own farm that I'm paying for with my own money. I've got a master's from Cornell. She pounded on her chest. I take care of myself, and still, her eyes shot away from his. You still got me. What the fuck? And do you know how many actual smart women I've seen fall for horrible men? Way too many. Oh, okay. Gotta sit up more. Gotta practice sitting up more. Less hunching. My shoulders will thank me. I didn't put that announcement out. Well, it was a great picture of the two of you. It was not my fault. Bullshit. Are you trying to tell me there was a gun to your head when you married Chantal? You wouldn't speak to me, and she was pregnant. I didn't want my kid to be born a bastard. I figured it was the only way to be a man in this situation. Really? You know how you got in this situation, you fucking idiot? You were dating and banging two women at once, and you got caught. So, nope, don't feel sorry for him at all and never will, because he fucking caused the situation, because he couldn't keep it in his pants. This is entirely his fault. Are we gonna find out he has a kid he's not raising either? Oh, you were a man, all right. That was how she ended up carrying your baby. He deserved that. Lane cursed and dropped his head. God, he'd wasted so much time wishing he could do things over with Lizzie. Starting way before they'd gotten together, when he'd been having casual sex with Chantal, and had believed her when she told him she was on the pill. Seriously? So yes, she got pregnant on purpose. Oh, nice. Yes, that level of smart that makes them think they know everything and gets in trouble because they actually don't. Yes. But everyone knew how that had turned out, and the pregnancy hadn't been the only surprise Chantal had had in store for him. The second one had been even more devastating. What, is she gay? So can we be done here? Lizzie asked as she moved to the next bowl. This is really none of my business. Why didn't I stay with her? He leaned forward. You've got this all figured out, so why didn't I stay here with her? Why have I been gone for almost 2 years? If I wanted a child with her, why didn't she get pregnant again after she lost the first one? Called it! Called it! And I'm sure in a moment of absolute spite and hatred, when she realizes the divorce is real, she'll shout, I was never really pregnant. I only did it to trick you and make you love me and blah, 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 blah. I am not anticipating feeling sorry for any of these people. Isn't there a quote about actual smart people be smart because they know how dumb they are? I'm sure there is. Not a lot coming to mind. Okay. Man, Puppy be having an extended nap. I think he's on the couch. Bo! Bo, you want to cuddle? I'm not hearing a response, so I'm guessing he's deeply asleep. He had to bark at a stranger today. And for once, usually when there's a stranger at the door or in the hallway, he's all like excited and happy, and his bark is the play with me, play with me, play with me, open the door and play with me. That's usually the bark. Not today. Probably because I was still in bed. But he was back. He usually goes right up to the door so he can get a good sniff. But he was back from the door and doing his "you go away" bark. You're knocking on the door, waking up my mummy. You go away. I'm the doggy of the house, and I'm telling you to go away. I'm doing it from 5 feet away from the door, but I'm telling you to go away. This is my go away bark. And then when I actually got up, he's like looking at me and looking at the door and looking at me, and he's like, "Well, now what do I do?" So he had a very stressful morning. It was the Census Canada people reminding me that I have yet to fill out the census. What the fuck they are doing knocking on my door on a Saturday fucking morning? Like, seriously. Also, like, just fucking text me. Like, Lizzie shook her head and stared at him. What part of not my business are you failing to comprehend? That was when he went for her. As with their first kiss in the garden, in the darkness, in the summer heat, he rode an out of control emotion as he took her mouth. The instinct, nothing that he was going to fight. Oh yeah, so they're doing the we're having a fight and somebody just suddenly kisses somebody thing that's in every. One moment they were arguing, the next he'd lunge across the distance, grabbed her by the nape and was kissing her hard. And just as before, she kissed him back. It wasn't passion on her side, though. He was pretty damn sure that for her, the meeting of mouths was nothing but an extension of their conflict, the verbal argument going nonverbal. Lane didn't care. He'd take her any way he could get her. Okay, so he's been obsessed with this woman for 2 years. End of chapter. Oh. So this is the couple we're supposed to be rooting for. So far, she's the only partially likable character, and we don't really know anything about her. Except he was, you know, courting somebody else, and she was the side piece and knew it, and didn't want to continue being the side piece. Was like, girl, that was the situation you got into in the first place. What did you think was going to happen? Deacon, I support your welcome mat plans. Chapter 10. It was, of course, a perfectly stupid idea. But as Lizzie kissed Lane back, it was as if she were funneling 2 years of anger, frustration, and pain directly into him. And damn him to hell, he tasted of bourbon and desperation and raw sex. And she liked it. I am not even going to guess what raw sex tastes like because I'm gagging at things in my head. Oh, I knew I should have eaten Tums. I thought it was safe because this is not E.L. James or trash novel, but I didn't eat Tums and I should have. And she liked it. She missed it. And didn't that just make her more mad? She wanted to say that this was horrible, against her will, a violation. None of that was true. She was the one who thrust her tongue into his mouth, and she was the one whose fingers bit into his shoulders, and she was the one, God help her, who brought their bodies up close together so that she felt his erection. Hey, we're on page 89 and not 69, but we're finally getting some action. His body hadn't changed in the time they'd been apart, all hard muscle and long limbs. as he kissed the same as and he kissed the same as he had before, rough and hungry in spite of the fact he'd been raised a gentleman. And the heat was just as hot. Oh, so he's a gentleman on the outside, but in the bedroom, banging. Uh huh. I always think rich guys are probably really bad in bed. Because like with everything else, they get lied to about being good at stuff because people, want to be in their good graces. So I always suspect that guys who are raised rich are just absolutely atrocious in bed. And then to make things even worse, memories of them being together, skin to skin, straining, rocking, egging her on, burying all the hurt and the sense of betrayal under an avalanche of erotic recollections. For a split second, she realized she was going to have sex with him then and there. Yeah, because that would show him she meant business. Real Gloria Steinem moment. Instead, something got knocked over on the table and a clatter broke the silence, then a splash draped her hip and upper thigh in a shock of cold water. Jumping up, she shoved him away with such force he tripped and fell backward, landing on the tile floor. We had to go full splat. With a splash of her forearm, she wiped her mouth off. What the hell are you doing? Dumb question. More like, what was she doing? He was up on his feet a heartbeat later. I've wanted to kiss you since I came back. The feeling is not mutual. Bullshit. He reached for his glass and took a swig. You still want me. Oh god, I'm dumping a bucket over his head for saying that. Get out. Yeah, get out's the least of what I would fucking say. You're kicking me out of my own conservatory. Either you leave or I do, she snapped, and these flowers are not going to get into these bowls themselves. Unless you want half your tables empty at your derby party. I don't care what they look like, or about the damn party, or any of this. He waved his hand. As he waved his hand around, it might have been more convincing if he hadn't had a ration of his family's bourbon in that glass of his. I left this behind, Lizzie. I'm really done with it. Yeah, right. The guy who is now the heir apparent just wants to walk away from it all and live the simple multi-millionaire life and not the billionaire life. Yeah, fucking A. Especially family, like you could grow up and at least send me a text before show. Yes! Yes! Fucking A, yes. People need to fucking text or call before coming over. I'm 100% that. I do not. Even if I'm at somebody else's house, and somebody drops over like unexpectedly while I'm there, I get like really like I don't like it at all, and I will usually leave. Even if I'm supposed to be there all day, it's like, well, yeah, I was supposed to be here all day with you, not with you and rando person who happened to show up and is now, moving, joining whatever the fuck we were supposed to be doing. It's like, no, I sign up for extra people. So I'm going home now, and we'll do this another day. This is not a trapdoor. I've seen those ones. They're good. I've left this behind, Lizzie. I'm really done with it. Motrin. That's what she needed. Less being around him, more pain relief in a bottle. I give up, she muttered. You win. I'll go away. As she turned away, he caught her and spun her around, dragging her against that body of his. Whoa! I didn't put up a non-con warning. It was then that she noticed how much older he'd gotten since she'd last seen him. His face was leaner, his stare more cynical, and the crow's feet were deeper at the corners of his eyes. Unfortunately, it only made him look more handsome. Oh, God. Why does every guy in these books have to be devastatingly handsome? And why do we need to be told that roughly 1,000 times? None of the crap with Chantal is what you think, he said darkly. Even if only half of it was. You don't understand. I was in love with you. As her voice cracked, she pushed away from him. I didn't think we were going to get married necessarily, but not because you were heading to the altar with somebody else who was pregnant and got that way while you were with me. I ended it with her, Lizzie. Before I came back here that April, I told her it was over. That didn't stick though, did it? She was 3 months along when I found out, Lizzie. Do the math with me. The night before I came home for Mother's birthday at the end of March was the last time I was with Chantal. You and we got together that May, and it was at the end of June that I found out about the pregnancy. If you remember, I didn't leave Easterly that entire time. You knew where I was every night and day because I was with you. He stared down at her. 3 months along. Not 2 months, not 1 month, 3, Lizzie. So in other words, he's saying they didn't overlap. He's trying to say I didn't cheat on anybody, but she put her hands to her face, fighting the logic. Please stop doing that. Doing what? Saying my name. It gives you the illusion of credibility. What? So he's saying he didn't actually cheat on anybody, but she don't want to hear it. I'm not lying, and I've wanted to tell you this for nearly 2 years. And what, your phone was broken? He cursed again. There's more, but I don't want to get into it. It doesn't affect what's between you and me. Okay, dude, it sounds like you dated this woman for a weekend. Then had to go back to the girl you dumped because she knocked her up. Like, it's either going to be that she was never pregnant or that it wasn't his, and that when he dumped her, she immediately got knocked up by somebody else so she could say it was his. Before she was aware of making a conscious decision to sit down, she discovered she was in the rolling seat she'd been using, staring at her hands, her flexed fingers feeling the stiffness in the joints, and for some reason she thought of Chantal's perfectly manicured tips and smooth, unmarked palms. Talk about your opposites. The hands she were looking at were a workman's, with scratches on the backs from errant rose thorns and dirt under the nails that she would get out only when she was home tonight. There were freckles, too, from digging in the sun without gloves on, and absolutely positively no $1,000,000 diamonds. I married Chantal at the courthouse after you left me, he said starkly. It wasn't the baby's fault, and growing up without parents, I wasn't going to do the same to any kid I had, regardless of how I felt about its mother. But then I just had to get out of town. Chantal didn't get that the marriage was in name only, so I went up north to New York and stayed with a buddy of mine from UVA. It was shortly after that Chantal decided to call me and tell me she'd lost the pregnancy. The bitterness in his voice made the words so low she could barely understand them. Okay, so you married someone out of seeming obligation. Also, nobody this rich is having a courthouse wedding. That's not fucking happening. And did you tell her it was an in-name only marriage before going through with it? Was that clearly understood? Because apparently not. So you're still a cheating bastard. And you didn't want to be an absent father like yours and have the staff raise your kid. And yet, while she was still pregnant, you fucked off to another state because you didn't want to be around her. How does that work? I want to be involved, but I'm moving several states away because I can't stand the mother. What, was he going to fly home for weekend visits? Enter at your own risk is a good one. It is not a real bomb. That is great. I like the fake claymore. That is good. I mean, nowadays somebody'd like call the FBI or some shit, but it's a good one. She doesn't love me either, he muttered. Didn't then, doesn't now. How can you be so sure? Lizzie heard herself say. Trust me on that one. She seemed pretty excited to have you back. I didn't come here for her, and I made that clear. And that woman is capable of getting attached only to a meal ticket. I thought she had her own money. Nothing compared to mine. Yes, she imagined that was true. There were European countries with lesser annual revenue than the Bradfords had. So they're not just rich, they're super, super rich. You're the love of my life, whether you're with me or not. Bullshit. When she looked up in shock, he just shrugged. I can't change what happened, and I know there's no going back. All I ask is that you don't fall for appearances, okay? You've had 10 years around this family, but I've been with them and the people who surround them all my life. That's why you're the one I want. You're real. You're not capable of being what they are, and that's a very, very good thing. Oh, yes, poor little rich boy just wants somebody who's different, who's not every bimbo he ever slept with, and that's a very long list. She waited for him to say something else, and when he didn't, she looked back down at her hands. For some reason her heart was pounding, sure as if she was going too close to the edge of a cliff. Then again she supposed that was the truth, because his words were getting in her brain and shuffling her mental decks. Yep. Just can't resist him, he's so charming and rich and handsome. Do we think they end up doing it in this scene, or is one of them gonna walk away and they'll do the next thing later? Or is he just gonna bend her over the table? In ways that didn't really help her. I'm so terrified of you, she whispered. Why? Because she wanted to believe what he was saying with the desperation of an addict. Don't be, he said when she didn't reply. I never meant for any of this to happen, and I've wanted to make it right for so long. And yet you came here to have sex with her. You haven't said anything about making it right. You're still married. And you're not offering her, like, to have and to hold, so what do you want? It seemed appropriate that they were surrounded by all the flower bowls she had been filling. The evidence of her work, of her sole purpose in being on the estate, was a reminder of the divide that would always put distance between them. And then she took pains to recall that photograph and the article in the Charlemont Herald about the marriage. Two grand southern legacies joining in a feudal arrangement. And she remembered the days and nights after she'd found out about Chantal and all those hours of suffering until she felt like she were dying. Although he was right about one thing. Pride had mandated that she continued working at Easterly, and so she had been on the estate every day but Sunday for essentially the last 24 months. Lane had not come back. For 2 years he had not come back to see Chantal. Not much of a marriage. Let my actions speak for me, he said. Let me prove to you that what I'm saying is the truth. How are we planning to do this? In her mind, she heard her cell phone ringing over and over again. Right after the breakup, he had called her 100 times, easy. Sometimes leaving messages she never listened to, sometimes not. She had taken 2 weeks vacation right after she'd found out, escaping even her farm in Indiana, and going back northeast to Plattsburgh and the apple orchards of her youth. Her parents had been so glad to see her. She had passed those days tending to Macintosh trees with the other manual laborers. By the time she'd returned, he'd been gone. The phone calls had dried up after a while, and eventually she had stopped flinching every time a car pulled into the front court. Please, Lizzie, say something, even if it's not what I want to hear. The sound of a woman laughing cut him off, so he brought both their heads around to the doors that had opened into the garden. When Greta had left, one of the panels hadn't shut all the way, and through the opening, Lizzie could see two people walking down a brick path towards the pool in the far corner. Even in the subtle glow from the landscaping lights, it was clear that the gown the woman had on was of brilliant red, its voluminous folds trailing behind her. Beside her, a tall man in a suit had gallantly offered his arm and was staring her down with the kind of attention one might reserve for a meal. My sister, Lane said unnecessarily. Is that Samuel T? Lizzie asked. Who cares? She looked back at Lane. You broke my heart. So sorry. It wasn't what I wanted, Lizzie. Not in any way. I swear to God. I thought you were an atheist. He was quiet for a time, his eyes roaming around her face. I'll baptize myself 100 times if that's what it takes. I'll memorize the Bible. I'll kiss a ring. I'll do whatever you want. Just please. I can't go back, Lane. I'm sorry. I just can't. He fell silent, and then after a long while he nodded. All right. But can I ask you for one thing? No. Yes. Just don't hate me anymore. I'm doing plenty of that on my own time. Yeah, he's not giving up. Why is it these guys always get clearly told that a woman is not interested anymore because you are a cheating bastard who broke her heart and dumped her and married somebody else and then ran the fuck away? But what do you bet he's not gonna give up? Because, taking a hint would just be way too rational and logical. All right, we have an hour left. Should I go get a puppy? Let's find a puppy. Oh. Come here, you little thing. Come here. Where are you? Oh, on the couch with his belly up. Oh, yes. Just so I can rub your belly when I go by, huh? Rub the belly. Hold the belly. Come here. Come here. Yes, I'm picking you up. I know. I don't usually come get you off the couch. I know. What's going on? What is going on, huh? What's going on? Oh, you stink. You stink. He does smell. Just a little bit. Ah! And I just dropped the book on the ground. That's not your fault. Don't worry. So we have a puppy. This is exactly how he was on the couch. Thank you for the puppy breath. But look at the puppy. Look at the puppy. Look how cute he is. Yes, he's so sleepy. He's so sleepy. Yes, he's so sleepy. You precious baby. Yes, I love you. Yes, I love you. I'm getting eye blinks. Yes. Oh, isn't he sweet? They dropped a duck earlier and he couldn't go for it. He was very disappointed. Yes, you're disappointed. You couldn't eat the duck and you wanted to eat the duck. And you couldn't do it because you know you get in trouble. Yeah. He's just staring at me with I love you face. Yes. Oh, you're so sweet. Oh, I love you so much. Yes, I love you so much. No, I love you so much. Yes, I do. You're just enjoying getting your belly rubbed, aren't you? Yes, you're just enjoying your belly rubs. Yes, you're such a good baby, aren't you? Yeah. Yes, and I wanted to show you to everybody because you're such a good boy. And you're such a handsome doggy, aren't you? Yes, you're just a handsome doggy. Isn't he just the handsomest doggy? Look at him. Look at this little boy. Isn't he the handsomest doggy? He has no bones right now. He's just completely. I think he's still half asleep. Oh, you have to head out? Okay, night, Deacon. Oh, just a puppy. Just so everyone knows, there will be a movie night after this because I have to help someone stay up to make her flight. So we'll be in there watching, I don't know yet, I haven't decided yet, stuff. Right, puppy? Right? Yeah. You're a puppy. There's not a single thought in his head right now. Not one single thought. No, you don't have any thoughts in your head at all, and you're so cute. Oh my god, you're heavy when you're dead weight. Yes. You just have no intention of moving at all. Yep. I'm gonna stay right here and get petted because I'm a doggy and I'm being petted. Yes. Oh, you can lick. I'm not wearing concealer. It's okay. You can lick. You don't want to move at all, do you? No. No, I don't want to. No. No, I want to be cuddled. No, I just want to be cuddled. Yes, I do. Yes, you're so cuddly. Oh, my sleepy little baby. Yes, you are. Yeah, he's really not even. He's not even trying to. He just did that. He's just like, nope. I'm permanently being cuddled. I'm never moving again. I refuse to be moved or remember how to walk. Yes, I know. I know you don't want me to put you down. I know. But I have to pick up the book. Okay. You are so long. Look at you. You're so long. You're so long, and I love you so much. 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 Yes, I love you so much. Okay. Yes, I know. Rub the belly. I know. I know you love your belly. I know. I know. I know. I know. You're so cute. He's just completely melted. Are you pretending you've forgotten how to be a dog? Huh? Alright, you want to go on your pillow? You can go on your pillow? I got you. I know you don't want me to put you down. You're having the best cuddle of your life. I know. Alright, come here. Stop kicking. I know you don't. I know you don't want me to put you down. I know. Okay, wiggly thing. There we go. Okay. You're very wiggly. Hi, you're very wiggly. There we go. Yes, you can lick. It's okay. Yes, you can lick with your stinky puppy breath. And now I need to wash my face. But that's okay. I know he looks like a stuffed animal. Because usually I put him like this on my knee and we'll rub the belly. Are we waking up now? Have you remembered how to move? I know you still don't want to because you're being petted and you're happy. Alright, where's the book? Okay, I'm very sorry. I know I disturbed you from having your head stuffed down the corner of the couch. Because that's a thing you like to do. And I see your tail wagging because I'm talking to you. And you like it. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to put you on your pillow, but if you want to go back to the couch, that's okay. Yes, you're sleepy, I know. All right, say bye-bye. Say bye-bye. He's like, no, look how cute I'm being. Don't put me down. Look how cute. I'm being so cute. Don't put me down. No, I'm adorable. Don't you want to cuddle me forever? I swear I didn't try to eat the duck. I only thought about it. Yes, you only thought about it. Yes, I know. I'm the worst mommy in the world because I'm putting him down after he's had perfect cuddle time. And he's sniffing around the book, going, what is this? What is this thing? What is this thing that you've been paying attention to that isn't me? Oh, time for an ear scratch. Okay. Now it's dirty. Yes, you did a good impression of a stuffed animal. My little baby. He is the best of puppies. Ugh. Even when he slobbers all over my face. Yes, you slobbery little thing. Alright. Puppy interlude sadly over. Excuse me. Chapter 11. After Lane left the conservatory, the idea of going back to his father's party was utterly unappealing, especially as he heard the quiet gonging that announced dinner was being served. But considering his other option was to go see Edward, he. Lane. Refocusing, he looked through the archway into the dining room. A tall brunette woman in a pale gray gown was standing in front of one of the antique Venetian mirrors. The view of her bare shoulders as lovely from the back as it was from the front. Speak of the devil, he thought, but he smiled as he went over to her and kissed her smooth cheek. Sutton, how are you? More like, what are you doing here? She and her kin were the enemy, the owners of the Sutton distillery, makers of the famous Sutton brand of bourbons and liquors, which was not to say he personally had anything against the woman. Traditionally, however, people from that bloodline were persona non grata at Easterly, in conversation, in nightly prayers. And they were KU fans, so they wore blue, not red, at games. Just in case we didn't know that certain places in the States take their sports very, very seriously. Now that, now that was something he could actually get worked up about. As they embraced, she smelled like the rich woman she was, her delicate fragrance lingering in his nose as he stepped back. Just the way her perfect body and couture gown flashed again when he blinked. But that wasn't because he was attracted to her. It was more in the way he'd remember a museum quality painting or a Duesenberg. Oh, is a Duesenberg a car? I think it's a car. I didn't know you were coming down this weekend. She smiled, but it's good to see you after all this time. You're looking well. That was funny. He felt like shit. And you, beautiful as always. Are you through the derby? Over Sutton's shoulder, he caught sight of Chantal entering the dining room, her floor length, brilliant yellow dress sweeping along with her butter wouldn't melt in my mouth attitude. Only long enough to get the papers filed, he thought. Lane, Sutton prompted. Sorry, actually, I have to go back to New York soon. After all, those poker games weren't going to play themselves. I'm glad to see you. Surprised it's at Father's dinner, but glad. Sutton nodded. It's a bit of a surprise for me as well. Here on business. She took a sip from her glass of wine. That was supposed to be a joke. Tell me, have you seen. As she trailed off without throwing in a proper noun, there was, once again, no reason for her to finish the sentence with Edward for a number of reasons. Not yet, but I'm going to go out to the farm. You know, Edward never comes into town. Sun took another draw off the razor sharp lip of her glass. Okay, if you're serving things in razor sharp glasses, this is a problem. I used to see him a lot back before he was. Well, we were on the University of Charlemont board together, even though I'm a KU fan, and as the woman continued on, he had the sense she was not so much informing him of things he already knew, but reliving a period of her life, the loss of which she mourned. Were they dating? But for the first time, he had to wonder what had really happened between his family's golden boy and their competitor's lovely daughter. Yep, called it. Called it. They were supposed to be getting together and bringing the dynasties together, but then he got ugly and that ruined everything. Oh, hello. Hi. Hi. What are you wanting? You're just wanting more attention? You want to go on your pillow? He's like, belly? More belly. Need more belly. You want to come up? Hmm? No. Sleepy doggy. Don't want up, just want belly. Yes. I just want belly. Rub my belly. Come on, you can come up if you want. No? Too sleepy? You probably will in a minute. He's a very sleepy dog. It's okay, you can be a sleepy baby. Yes, wag the tail. Yes, wag your tail, pretty boy. Yes, mommy loves you. Yes, I love you so much, little baby. Yes, you know I do. Yep, there's the paw. All right, come on, up. Okay, yeah, now he's awake. He wants proper cuddling. Uh-huh. Yes. Now I'm the doggy that's in charge of things. This is my house, and I barked away a stranger. I did a really good job. I didn't get enough praise for the barking. Okay, you're very hot and very heavy. Okay, let's see if I can balance dog and book. Okay, dog is going partially on the desk. Okay, I know. I know you don't like it when I put your butt on the desk because I need my hands. But you're still getting cuddled, okay? You're still being cuddled. Okay? So can we accept the arrangement? And I'm getting lipstick on his fur. It's okay. It's just noise upstairs. Upstairs people can't get you. It's okay. Uh, oh, wait. I completely lost my place. Oh. Here we go. Okay. Found it. we're so very put together tonight. Uh, uh, if it isn't the prodigal son returned, the sound of his father's voice was like a warning shot across his bow, and Lane covered his distaste by taking a drink of his bourbon. Father. William Baldwin was almost as tall as he was, with the same dark hair and blue eyes, the same jaw, the same shoulders. The differences were in the aging details, the gray at the temple, the tortoiseshell bifocals, the furrow at the brow from decades of frowning. Somehow, though, those AARP isms didn't lessen his father's stature. If anything, they just backed up the aura of power. Do I need to have a place set for you? Behind those glasses, his father's eyes regarded Lane's clothes with the kind of disdain more appropriate to dog feces in the parlor. Or are you leaving? Let me think. Lane narrowed his stare. As much as I would enjoy degrading your table in this button down, I'd have to be in your presence for at least 3 courses, so I think I'll take my leave. Okay, so there's a lot of hatred. Lane put his family reserve down on the nearest sideboard and bowed to Sutton, who was looking like he'd prefer to go with him rather than stay. Sutton, as always, a pleasure. He glanced at his father, at his sire. Father, fuck you. Okay, it's pretty aggressive in public. With that grenade having been lobbed, he strode through the gathering crowd, nodding at the politicians and the socialites, those 2 actors from that HBO series he was addicted to. Okay, these were being written in like 2014, 2013, 2014. What was the big show on HBO? Is that Game of Thrones era? I think we're in the time frame of Game of Thrones there. For anyone joining late, this is a real dog. It's just a real sleepy dog. Eyes are still open, but I think he's just enjoying himself. Yes. I'm halfway on mommy, and I'm halfway being held, and I'm being occasionally petted, so life is pretty good. Yeah, Game of Thrones. It was probably Game of Thrones. She probably got told not to actually say Game of Thrones. And Samuel T. and his girlfriend of the nanosecond. Lane made it out to the front foyer and was almost at the grand door when a set of stilettos came after him. Where are you going? Chantal hissed as she grabbed his arm. Why aren't you dressed? None of your business. He shook off her hold, on both accounts. Lane, this is unacceptable. Those words should never pass your lips, woman. Chantal shut her perfectly lined mouth, then took a deep breath like she was having a problem tucking her anger into bed for the night. I would like to spend some time with you this evening to talk things over and discuss our future. The only future you need to think about is how many Vuitton suitcases you're going to have to pack to move out of here. Chantal kicked up her chin. You have no idea what you're saying. He leaned in and dropped his voice to a whisper. I know what you did, and I know that you didn't lose the baby. If you wanted to keep that abortion of yours quiet, you shouldn't have taken one of my family's chauffeurs up to Cincinnati to that clinic. Whoa, so it's worse than we thought. I didn't see the like, and also they said she was at least 3 months along. That's extreme. Yes, I saw your head pop up. I know. I stopped petting you, and that's a crime against doggies. I know. Yes, and I'm supposed to be paying all the attention to the puppy. And why did the pet stop when I need the petting and I'm a baby? His sheep blanched, he remembered exactly where he'd been when the man who had taken her there had tender-footed around the reveal. No response, no denial, Lane chided. Or will those come after the shock of having been found out passes? There was a stretch of silence, and he knew she was weighing her options, trying to figure out which approach would work in her best interests. What was I supposed to do? She finally said in a hushed tone. You left me here with no explanation, no support, no money, no way to contact you. I don't believe that you couldn't have gotten in touch with him. Also, you're surrounded by money. Like, he motioned around at the oil paintings and the oriental rugs. Yes, because this is such a damn depraved wilderness. And also, he said she had her own money, so bullshit, lady. You abandoned me. So the solution was to get your figure back and try to seduce someone else, right? I'm assuming that was why you did it. You needed to fit into your size fours again, didn't you, my darling wife? Okay, just because she got rid of the baby out of spite of him leaving her doesn't mean that she was planning to seduce anybody else. Lane, you're saying things you don't mean. You killed an innocent. Reginald came out of the parlor with a silver tray of used glasses and took one look at the pair of them and backtracked, disappearing once again into the now vacant room. Oh, yes, good servants know when to back out of the room because people are fighting. They also stand just on the other side of the door and eavesdrop and then write it all down. Ah, yes, life at Easterly, where privacy was less common than diamonds and doled out only in relative terms. But at least he knew he could trust that man even more than he could trust his own family. Not that that was saying much. I'm not doing this with you here, Lane rasped. And you are leaving this house. As soon as the derby's run, your free ride is over. Chantal arched one of her perfect eyebrows. Divorce me if you want, but I'm going nowhere. You have no right to be under that roof after that ring is off your finger. The smile she gave him was chilling. We'll just see about that. She nodded to the front door. Go wherever you like. Run away. That's your thing, isn't it? You can rest assured, however, I will still be here when you get back. Okay, why? Is she screwing the father? Lane narrowed his eyes. Chantal was a lot of things, but delusional had never been one of them. She was too much of a self-promoter for that. And she was staring back at him as if she knew something he didn't. What the hell else had been going on while he'd been gone? Yeah, I'm betting she is the father's side piece now. So that's why she's like, I'm not going anywhere. Oh, hello, fuzzy thing. Hi, fuzzy thing. You're such a fuzzy thing. So cute. Out at the Red and Black, Edward sat in an old leather armchair in front of a television that was so ancient it still had bunny ears. Okay, no rich person is watching this TV. That's something I know about men. If they have the option of a 90-inch flat screen, they will always go for the 90-inch flat screen because it's just a guy thing to have a TV that takes up literally an entire wall. If they can afford it, they will have it. Poking out on either side of its cereal box sized screen. The room he was in was dim but gleaming, the result of countless racing trophies that were crammed into the floor to ceiling bookshelves across the way. The stable's cottage had one bedroom, a bath with a clawfoot tub, a galley kitchen in this area here, which was a library, study, living room, and parlor all rolled into one. There was no second floor, only an attic full of old horse racing memorabilia and no garage. Total square footage was less than the dining room of Easterly. Never since he'd moved in, he'd learned the value of having a place small enough so you could hear and see almost everything. Back at the mansion, you never had a clue who else was in the sprawling house, where they were and what they were doing. For someone like him, whose only mistress was night terrors and whose primary job was attempting to keep his brain from cannibalizing itself, the tight quarters were much easier to handle, especially around this time of year. Such a shame he'd been down in South America right before the Derby when he'd been kidnapped. The anniversary of him getting held for corporate ransom ruined what had always been a most enjoyable weekend. He checked his watch and cursed. Now that the sun was down, the evening hours presented themselves in a hazy twist, minutes lasting a century and a second at a time. His night job? To somehow make it to sunrise without screaming. At his elbow, a bottle of vodka was nearly finished. He started off with 5 cubes of ice in his tall glass, but they were long gone, and he was drinking things neat at this point. Last night it had been gin. 2 evenings ago he'd had 3 bottles of wine, a pair of reds, and a white of some variety. During the initial acute stage of his recovery, he'd had to learn the ins and outs of pain management, how you timed your pills and your food so that riding the nerve impulses of a ruined body was not worse than the torture he'd endured to earn his wounds. And that masters in medication management had translated nicely over to this second chronic part of his recovery. Thanks to the early trial and error he'd had with bottles of pills, he was able to arrange things for optimal sedative effect. In other words, he's been mixing drugs and alcohol for quite a while and has figured out how to do it without overdosing. Every afternoon, he would have a meal of some sort around 4 p.m., and by 6 o'clock, when the stables were flushed out of employees, he could start drinking on an essentially empty stomach. Nothing set his quick temper off faster than someone getting in the way of his buzz. When the knock sounded out, he reached for the handgun beside the Grey Goose and tried to remember what day it was. Oh, yeah, sure. Pills, booze, and a gun. Let's just, yeah. I'm trying to remember how much I like this author from her other series, which is better than this, by the way. I'm a little disappointed at the level of writing in this, but I'm also remembering that the woman has written over 30 books. So I think at some point you just get a little lazy. I swear I heard a cat. Did you hear that? No, I'm sleepy. Instead of planning a kitty, just my litter box plans went awry and it takes mental time to recover and form a new plan to get a litter box. Also, I have to figure out what the hell I'm going to do about the one that I ordered that never came because Walmart is claiming they're not responsible for giving me a refund even though I ordered it from them and it never arrived. The Derby was the day after tomorrow, so Thursday. It was Thursday night at some hour past sunset. So this was not one of the prostitutes he paid to come over and service him. Okay. At least he's got that going on. They were Friday. Unless he'd scheduled a twofer this week, and he hadn't done that. Right? Or had he? Reaching for his cane, he pushed himself off the chair and shuffled over to the front window. As he parted the drapes, the gun in his hand was steady, but his heart was pounding, even though logically he knew there were no mercenaries here in Ogden County looking for him. Even though he was aware that he was safe behind all the locks and the security system he'd installed, and in spite of the 40mm against his palm, his brain had been permanently rewired. Okay, so now he's constantly paranoid? We're saying PTSD? Do we think we're ever gonna find out exactly what happened to him, or is it just gonna be like broad strokes of something bad? When he saw who it was, he frowned and lowered the weapon. Going over to the door, he undid the chain, the deadbolts, and the latch and opened up, the hinges squeaking like mice. Another warning mechanism for him. Wrong client, he muttered dryly at the small blonde woman wearing old jeans and a clean muscle shirt. I order brunettes in ball gowns. For some reason, for a reason he preferred to keep to himself. Oh, was he banging his brother's wife? She frowned. Excuse me? I only take brunettes, and they're supposed to be dressed properly. Okay, dude, maybe ask who's at your door instead of just assuming she's a hooker? You know? Maybe. He wanted long dark hair that curled at the end and a gown that reached the floorboards. And they had to wear must de quartier. It literally just says must de quartier. Oh, and keep their mouths shut. They weren't allowed to speak to him as he fucked them. Okay, so he's real classy. Although the horse could get the outside almost right, the fragile illusion would be broken the instant their voices didn't sound like the woman he wanted but could not have. Okay, does he want the brother's wife? Who does he want? He had enough trouble keeping an erection going as it was. In fact, the only way he could get it up at all is if he believed the lie for the duration it took him to pump his way to an orgasm. Okay, why are you hiring hookers if you're clearly like not having good sex? Like just why? Is it cuz guys think they'll explode if they go without? Like what? Because seriously, women do not have this thing. Chantal is blonde. Thank you for reminding me of that. She's blonde. So who's the brunette? Who's the wealthy brunette that he wants? Is it the Sutton? Is it the Sutton girl? It's got to be her because it was implied that they were a thing. She has dark hair, so it's got to be her, and it's got to be that like once he was like disfigured, she dumped him. It's got to be that. So I think the brother's wife is the one that he's trying to divorce. I think she's banging the father, and then and then firstborn son, who's now Frankenstein, wants the Sutton woman because they were like the handsome power couple until he wasn't handsome anymore, and she probably dumped him. Maybe it's Izzy. Yes, it could be Izzy. It could be, or maybe it's Lizzie. Okay, I thought you were saying your cat, and I was gonna laugh. Do we know if Lizzie has dark hair? don't remember. Because yeah, maybe they were fighting over her. I don't know. Hello, you so warm. You so sleepy. You are a little baby. Yes, you're such a little baby. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're such a baby. You're such a baby. Yes, you are. Yes. That's why I love you. Yes, I love you, little puppy. Lizzie. Yes, I see it now. I'm sorry. Did I move and disturb your head? Oh, I'm so sorry. Anyone with pets, you know, when you're being used as a pillow. Uh, the woman standing on the doorstep put her hands on her hips. I don't believe I know what you're talking about, but I know I'm in the right place, Cher. You're Edward Baldwin, and this is the red and black. Who are you? Yeah, maybe you should have started with that, dumbass. Jeb Landis's daughter, Shelby. Shelby Landis? Okay, we have another new character. Great. I'm never going to keep track of all these people. Edward closed his eyes. God damn it. I'll appreciate you not taking the Lord's name in vain in my presence. Thank you. Okay, if anybody ever says that to me, all I'm going to say is, like, go fuck yourself. Like, I'm sorry, but these are people who I cannot believe survive in the real world. If you're so goddamn offended by somebody saying fucking words at you, like, I have no time or interest for such absolutely stupid, vapid people. Like, it is none of your fucking business what anybody else fucking says. You don't like it, go away. Otherwise, pretend to be a grown up and remember that words cannot actually hurt you in that way. Like, words can certainly hurt you, but somebody saying God damn it in front of you isn't going to cause lightning to fall from the sky, so knock it the hell off. Cracked his lids. What do you want? My father's dead. What? Edward focused over her head at the moon that was rising above Barnsea. Do you want to come in? If you put that weapon away, yes. Oh, yeah, he's still holding a gun as he's talking to this person. Because that's not disturbing at all. He tucked the gun into the waistband of his jeans and stepped back. You want a drink? As she came in, he realized how truly short she was, and she probably weighed 90 pounds tops, soaking wet while holding a bale of hay. No, thank you. I do not abide by alcohol, but I would care to avail myself of your facilities. I've had a long trip. They're over there. Thank you kindly. Okay, who is this person? He leaned out the door. The pickup truck she'd evidently driven here from God only knew where was parked on the left, the engine still ticking after she turned it off. Is that a thing? As he shut the heavy weight and went through the procedure of relocking things, the toilet flushed back of the house and the water ran. A moment later, the girl emerged and went over to look at the trophies. Edward returned to his chair, grimacing as he arranged himself. When? Excuse me. Why am I having hiccups? As he poured the rest of the vodka into his glass. A week ago. Excuse me. She replied without looking over at him. How? Trampled. Well, the doctors say his heart gave out, but it was caused by a trample. That how you got maimed? No. He took a long drink. So what are you doing here? She turned around. My father always said I was to come and find you if anything ever happened to him. He said that you owed him, and I never asked for what. Oh, okay. Trying to turn the page without disturbing the very, very sleepy puppy. Yes. Edward regarded her for a long time. How old are you? 12? 22. Jesus, you're young. Watch your mouth around me. Okay, shut up. I hate this already. He had to smile. You're just like your old man, you know. Oh, what? What? Am I not petting you enough? Mm, what? You're not getting enough attention? If I move back at all, he'll fall. He's curled up on my chest now. Yes. Little cuddly baby. You're too distracting. Ugh. Yes, you are too distracting. Yes, you are. Why do you have white stuff on your nose? I know. Don't touch your nose. I know. Uh, you're just like your old man, you know that. So people say. She put her hands back on her hips. I'm not looking for no handouts. I need a place to stay and work to do. I'm good with horses just like my father and bad with people. So you're warned up front on that one. I got no money, but my back is strong and I'm not afraid of nothing. When can I start? Okay, so apparently her father is in horses, but what, died destitute? Like, what? This is weird. Like, is she going to be competition somehow or something or something? I don't know. Who says I'm looking for any help? She frowned. My dad said you'd need it. He said if you have to have more he said you'd have to have more help. The Red and Black was a big operation and there were always vacancies, but Jeb Landis was a complicated blast from the past and his kin was contaminated by association. And yet, what can you do? It's not rocket science to muck stalls, keep the horses in shape, watch the pregnancies. He waved away her words. Fine, fine, you're hired. And I'm just being a prick because, like you, I can't get along with people anymore. There's a vacant apartment next to Moe's over in Barn B. You can move in there. Point the way. Okay, so I guess this is a thing now? Edward grunted as he got back to his feet, and he purposely brought his glass with him as he led the way to the door. Don't you want to know how much I'll pay you? You'll be fair. My father said that dishonesty was not in your character. He was being generous on that one. Hardly. He knew men and horses. As Edward went through the unlocking procedure again, he could feel her looking at him and hated it. His injuries were the result of a hell he would have preferred to keep private from the world. I have a feeling we're never going to find out what happened to him. Are we, puppy? I know. Your only concern is that you're not being paid 100% attention and that I'm not petting you more. Before he let her out of the cottage, he stared down at her. There's only one rule. What's that? For some reason, he took stock of her features. She was nothing like her father physically, other than that small frame. Shelby, or whatever her name was, had eyes that were pale, not dark, and her skin wasn't the consistency of leather. Yet, she also didn't smell like horse sweat, although that would change. Is he gonna fall for her? Her voice, however, was all Jeb. That twang of hers was backed up by a solid core of strength. You don't go near my stallion, Edward said. He's mean to the core. Nebuchadnezzar. You know him. My father used to say that horse had gasoline in his veins and acid in his eyes. Yeah, you know my horse. Don't go near him. You don't muck his stall. You don't approach him if he's out to pasture. You never ever put anything over that stall door you want to keep. That includes your head. Okay, so we have a really violent horse. Who takes care of him? I do. Edward limped out into the night, the heavy, humid air making him feel like he couldn't breathe. And no one else. As he tried and failed to take a deep inhale, he wondered if all those doctors had missed an internal injury. Then again, maybe the sense of suffocation was the image of this small woman anywhere near that hateful black stallion. He just couldn't imagine what Neb could do to her. Do you want down? Do you want down? Am I being a bad puppy, Mommy? Ugh. Okay, hello. Okay, yes, I know where all your feet are. Okay, I'm sorry. Am I being a bad mommy? Am I disturbing you too much? And you just want to sleep? Okay, I'll put you on your pillow. Okay, say good night. I'm a puppy. I need to sleep. Okay, I'll put you on your pillow, little baby. Okay. Everyone got lots of puppy time. You're so cuddly. Yes, you're so cuddly. Here, go on your pillow where I won't disturb you. He does that in bed at night too. If I'm moving too much, he's like, "Woman, I am trying to sleep." So just keep the arms wrapped around me, but don't move while I'm curled up under a blankie. Eventually, he gets annoyed and moves down to the foot of the bed. Uh, she went ahead of him and grabbed a backpack out of the passenger side of the truck. So you're in charge here. No, Mo Brown is. You'll meet him tomorrow. He'll be your boss. Edward started off towards the barns. Like I said, the apartment next to his is furnished, but I don't know when the last person lived in it. I've slept in stalls and on park benches. Having a roof over me is enough. He glanced down at her. Your father was a good man, who apparently left her absolutely nothing, including a place to live. Like, what the hell? This is just weird. He was no better or worse than anyone else. It was impossible not to wonder who the woman's mother was, or how anyone could have put up with Jeb long enough to have a child with him. Jeb Landis was a legend in the industry, a trainer of more stake winners than any other man, alive or dead. He'd also been an alcoholic son of a bitch with a gambling problem as big as his misogynistic streak. Okay, this explains why she has no money. One thing Edward was not worried about was whether this Shelby could handle herself. If she could survive living with Jeb, working an 18-hour shift on a breeding farm would be a piece of cake. As they came up to Barn B, the motion-activated exterior lights came on and the horses stirred inside, clomping their hooves and whinnying. Entering through the side door, he bypassed Mo's office and the supply rooms and took her to the staircase that rose up to what had once been a hayloft stretching the full length of the massive roof beams. Sometime in the 70s, the space had been converted into a pair of apartments, and Mo had the front one that looked out over the drive. You go first and wait for me at the top, he gritted. It takes me a while. Shelby Landis hit the stairs at the kind of clip he had once enjoyed but failed to appreciate, and it felt like it took 100,000 years to join her on the upper floor. Dude, you don't have to go up with her, like, just point. And by then he was out of breath to such a degree he was wheezing like a stuck tire. Turning away from her, he found there was no light shining under Mo's door, but he wouldn't have bothered the man with any kind of introduction anyway. With the Derby running in less than 48 hours, the man, assuming he was home, would be passed out, especially considering one of their two horses might have to be scratched from the race. As Edward went across and tried the doorknob to the other flat, he didn't know what he was going to do if it was locked. He had no idea where the keys might be. Yeah, because why would you know this? The door opened wide, reminding him that he was in the minority of paranoids out here on the farm. The light switch was to the left on the wall, and as he clicked it on, he was relieved the place didn't smell too musty. There was, in fact, a couch, a chair, a table, and a tiny kitchen that made the galley one he had look industrial by comparison. Did your father ever tell you why I owe him? He said as he limped to the darkened doorway. No, but Jeb wasn't a talker. Flipping the second switch, he found that, yep, there was a bedroom and a bath too. This is what you've got, he said, pivoting around and becoming exhausted as he measured the distance back to the door. 15 feet. It might as well have been miles. She walked over to him. Thank you for the opportunity. She put out her hand and met his eye, and for a moment he felt an emotion other than the worm of anger that had been churning and burning in his gut for the last 2 years. He wasn't sure how to define it. The sad thing was, though, he wasn't sure he welcomed the shift. There was a certain clarity to having such an unilaterally hostile operating principle. He left that palm hanging in the breeze as he dragged his body over to the exit. We'll see if you thank me later. Abruptly, he thought of the whole don't cuss, no alcohol thing. Oh, one more rule. If my drapes are drawn, don't bother me. The last thing he needed was for her to find out he cavorted with loose women. Okay, I didn't think anybody used that term anymore. And not for a prostitute. That's not... Like, I know, 50 goddamn years ago that meant prostitute, but now it just means slut. And paid them for the privilege. He could just imagine that conversation. Is she gonna be the don't take any crap lady that, redeems him and brings him to Jesus and shows him that his deformed face or whatever the fuck is wrong with him doesn't have to be the end of his life and makes him all happy and blah blah again and stops the drinking and the whores and, are we gonna have some real conservative, tradwife bullshit? True, this is old money. So yeah, they would... I had somebody once, they were helping me move, and I had a cat in a kitty carrier, who, let's just say, Kitty was trying to violently claw her way out of the kitty carrier because she objected to being put in the kitty carrier and had decided that she was going to murder everyone and everything in the entire world and had the claws to do it. Like, Kitty spazzed out so much that she literally knocked the kitty carrier over and sent it rolling across the room with her inside it. And I casually remarked that she was one pissed off kitty. And I got told by somebody probably 40 years older than me to not use the word pissed off because it was unladylike. The word pissed off ain't vulgar. Okay? There's about 100 other words I could have said that I would consider actual curse words. But pissed ain't one of them. And I don't care if you're referring to angry or drunk. It's not a bad word. But yeah, I have been around the type of people who, let's just say, they take, they consider a lot more words to be blue than your average person. And yeah, old money is a great one for that. Ugh. So were my grandparents. They weren't old money, but they had the same kind of attitude. And they were Catholic. And members of the Knights of Columbus. Should have said pissed off pussycat. Yes! Oh, she was. She was so mad. Oh my god. Full Tasmanian devil, Kitty. Oh, I loved her. She was a very good kitty. She just was very high-spirited kitty. I used to have to tell people, don't try to pet her because she will smack the shit out of you with some claws, and she has very sharp claws. She sees to that. Too many people didn't fucking believe me until they were bleeding, and it's like, well, I fucking told you don't pet the cat. She doesn't like it. You are not on the approved list of people, therefore she's going to swat at you if you try to touch her. Oh, now I'm very, very hungry. So, always listen if somebody tells you don't go near an animal. Whether it's a cat or a horse. Because they will both fuck you up. Though a horse can fuck you up into a coffin. So especially if somebody says, don't go near the horse, don't go near the horse. I would be like, yep, stay away from that one. Okay, yep, good. Don't have to tell me twice. Literally, you would not have to. It would be, okay, gotcha. Uh-huh. The moment of whatever's in the carrier staying in the carrier. Oh, the looks I got, because there were so many people, some of whom, like, I guess probably didn't know it was a cat in the carrier, because she did not stop. When the carrier was just sitting there, she was still, like, thrashing side to side, meowing, growling, like, I mean, like, demon growl, like, the way cats can sound like demons. She was doing the demon growl, the paws were coming out the holes, she was making the whole thing shake, she was jumping around, throwing herself around, just, for hours. Like, just pure hellfire pissed off kitty. Like, oh my god, she was such a nightmare. Yeah, nobody wanted to go near the carrier. They're like, okay, you have a demon in the carrier. That's what it is. It's not a kitty. It's a demonic furball. And paid them for the privilege. He could just imagine that conversation. Yes, sir. He nodded and shut the door, then slowly, carefully, executed his descent. The truth was, Jeb Landis had been the one to turn him around, such as he was. Without that man's swift kick in the ass, heaven only knew whether Edward would still be on the planet. God, he could remember with such clarity the trainer coming to see him in the rehab hospital. I was gonna say this guy like rescued him somehow. That's what it is. I was gonna like if they were like war buddies, that's the thing. In the rehab hospital, in spite of Edward's no visitors, no exception rule, Jeb had gotten past the nursing station and marched into his room. They had known each other for well over a decade before that intrusion. Edward's interest in and ownership of racing horses, coupled with his previous commitment to being the best at everything, meaning that there was only one man he wanted training his stock. He would never have predicted the guy to be some kind of savior for him, however. Jeb's come to Jesus had been short and to the point, but had gotten through. To the extent it had, better than all the cajoling and hand-holding had. And then a year after Edward had moved in here, thrown out his business suits, and decided this would be his life. Jeb had told him he was leaving the red and black to go back to California. Probably because the bookies up in Chicago wanted a piece of the guy. In all those years, before and after the kidnapping, the subject of Jeb having any offspring had never come up. But yes, of course, he would take the man's daughter in. Wait, are we saying he didn't know he had a daughter? Because that sounds like he had no clue that this person had a daughter. So now I'm wondering, is she a spy? Is this corporate espionage? Is she really the guy's daughter, or is that made up? Yeah, the subject of Jeb having any offspring had never come up. So, did he really, or... Unfortunately, she looked like she could take care of herself, so the repayment of the debt was going to come cheap. At least that was what he told himself that first night. Turned out that wasn't true, however. Not by a long, long shot. Okay. So we're being told there's more to this person. End of chapter. We'll get into the next one. We still have time. So yeah, I'm guessing she's not really the daughter of whoever. That's not true. You know, she's some kind of con artist or something. We'll see. Chapter 12. It cost me $100,000 to sit next to you. As Jin used an antique Tiffany fork in the chrysanthemum pattern to toy with her food, she'd barely heard the words spoken next to her ear. There's another brand. We're really going to run her. We're up to 15 brand names tonight. Just tonight. We're up to 30 in total. Holy shit. And we're only 111 pages in. Oh. Alright, I still have the page because I haven't burned it yet. Hold on. How many brand names do we... Okay. The last book had 12 there. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 47. Okay. So all of the last 365 book had 47 brand names. We're already up to 30 and we're about a third of the way through the book. I think this one is going to win. Ugh. She barely heard the words spoken into her right ear. She was too busy focusing through the crystal stemware on the bouquet in front of her. Samuel T. was off to the left, and with this rose-centric focal point, her peripheral vision could keep tragic track of him and his little girlfriend, Veronica/Savannah. Okay. So you can at least speak to me. Shaking herself, she glanced over at the dreaded Richard Pufford. It literally is capital P-F-O-R-D. I'm assuming there's a way to pronounce that. Richard whatever the fourth. The man was in his boyhood. The man was as his boyhood self had been. Tall and thin, with eyes that could cut glass and a suspicious nature that was in contrast to his enviable position in the Charlemont social hierarchy. The son of Richard whatever the third, he was the sole heir to that name, liquor and spirits distributor. Okay, so everybody makes booze. They only know other people that make booze. They don't know other rich people that do other rich people things. Everyone they associate with makes booze. A nationwide network that funneled wine, beer, bourbon, gin, vodka, champagne, whiskey, etc. onto the shelves of bars and stores across America. So they make everything. Which was to say, he could well afford to pay 6 figures for a specific seating arrangement every night of the week and twice on Sunday. He was swimming in millions, and people hadn't even started to die in his family yet. My father's deals are not my own, she countered, so it looks like you've wasted that money. He took a sip from his wine glass, and to think it went to the U of C basketball program. I didn't know you were a fan. I'm not. No wonder we don't get along. KU, she should have known. Okay, I'm starting a counter for every time the football teams are mentioned. I'm setting it at 10 because it's been at least that many. Hi. We want back up? Alright, come on. Oh, yep, hi. Okay, hi. Okay, hi. 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 Okay. Hello. Okay, let me get my cord so you don't break it like you've done before. I know you didn't mean to, but you're still expensive. Hi. Okay, we just wanted more attention. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Now he wants to use me as a pillow, is what it is. Yes, I want to use mommy as a pillow. And now I'm sleepy and I'm going back to sleep. I'm a sleepy doggy, and there goes my ear. And I'm a sleepy doggy, and don't stop petting me, and I'm a sleepy doggy. Yes. Yes, you are. You're a sleepy doggy. I know. We didn't get any ducks tonight for you to play with. I know. We didn't get any new ducks. Yeah. And how are you going to steal one if I don't have to open the bag and get new ducks, huh? He's just biding his time, man. One of these days, he knows he will get all the ducks. And then he will be the bestest doggy in the world. Yes. You'll just be so happy when all the ducks are yours. Everyone understands that they were supposed to be yours all along and I kept them away from you. Not like he doesn't have a million other toys he never plays with. Yes, because you have plenty of toys. You have things that squeak and you don't like them. He genuinely doesn't. He does not like toys that make the noise. He likes a good piece of rope and a good tug of war, though. He will take you up on that. You gotta let him win, though. You gotta let him win a little bit so he can, feel like a big, strong, tough puppy. Right? Yes. Gotta let you win. You're such a pretty doggy, aren't you? Yes, you are. You're such a pretty boy. Besides, didn't I hear that you got married? Rumors of my engagement were greatly exaggerated. Hard to imagine with all your redeeming qualities. Over on the left, Veronica/Savannah jerked in her chair, her fake eyelashes flaring, her fork clattering down to her plate. As her colored contacts flashed over to Samuel T., the bastard casually wiped his mouth with his damask napkin. Samuel T. didn't look at his girlfriend, however. No. He was staring over that bouquet of roses directly at Jin. The son of a bitch. Isn't this the guy she said she's now targeting, and apparently she hates him? Deliberately, Jin turned to Richard and smiled. Well, I'm delighted with your company. Richard nodded and resumed cutting up his filet mignon. That's more like it. Please do not stop. Okay, can I stab this guy under the table? Because he literally just said to a woman, I paid a lot of money to sit next to you, so pretend you're interested in me. Flatter me and stroke my fucking ego because I paid money to sit next to you. And even though you are in the same level of high society I am and your family's just as rich as mine, I'm going to treat you like a pretty object that is obligated to speak to me and flatter me and, blah, blah, because I paid a lot of money to sit next to you. So that's something else old money has in common. Women are worthless. They are there to look pretty, wear the diamonds, show off the wealth, and be given to appropriate men to keep as wives the way you keep a goldfish. Chin spoke smoothly, although she didn't have a clue what was coming out of her mouth. But Richard was nodding some more and answering her back, so she must have been doing a good job of the social stroking. Then again, whether it was conversations she had no interest in or orgasms with men she didn't care about, she had a lot of practice of faking it. And yet she was exquisitely aware of what Samuel T. was doing, achingly so. His eyes burned as they remained on her, and all the while, just as he'd promised, the tart next to him struggled to retain her composure. Saving myself for you, Richard stated. Jin frowned, that particular combination of syllables registering in spite of her preoccupation. What did you say? I was set to get married, then I came to terms with your father, and that's why I ended the engagement. What? See, this is what I'm talking about with the women getting his fucking trophies, because apparently, yeah. Okay. So I would be, leaving immediately. Came to terms with my. What are you talking about? Richard smiled coldly. Your father and I have come to an agreement about the future. In exchange for marrying you, I'm prepared to grant certain favorable terms to the Bradford Bourbon Company. Oh my god! Okay, I reiterate my stab him under the table comment, then walk around the table and stab her father. Because what in the actual fuck? Dude pimped out his daughter, who clearly has no interest in this guy, who is obnoxious, and said, yeah, she'll marry you and you'll give me good business terms on whatever the fuck it is he wants good business terms on. Wow! So far, everyone is the worst, except for possibly Lizzie. She's got some redemption room. But other than that, everyone is the worst. Why are you looking at me? Because I'm not paying enough attention to you? No, I'm not paying enough attention to me, and I'm a puppy, and you're supposed to pay all the attention to me, and I'm a baby. Baby doggy. I'm a baby doggy. Okay. I know you're a baby doggy and you want all the attention. I know. I know you do. You just want all the attention all the time, and you're a baby. Yes, you are. Okay, I'm circling for a landing. We're looking for a place to stop. Okay, can you stop with the head? Because you're interrupting me and distracting. Okay, this is why I can't have you at the desk when I'm reading. All I will do is pay attention to you. Yes, I know. I know you're adorable. I know. Do you want me to stop petting you? No. No, never stop petting me. Always with the petting of me. I'm a doggy. Chin blinked, then shook her head. I'm not hearing this correctly. Yes, you are. I've even purchased the diamond. Oh my god! What a fucking loser this guy is. No. Wait a minute. She threw down her napkin even though she was not done eating, and neither were the other 31 people at the table. I'm not marrying you or anybody. Yeah, I would be. Girl, I don't care whose dinner this is. I'd be creating such a goddamn scene. Really? I'm quite sure that you bought a seat at this table, but no one makes me do a damn thing, and that includes my father. She supposed it was a sad commentary that she didn't question whether her girl dad could sell her to benefit the family's share price. Richard shrugged beneath his fine suit. So you say. Chin looked down at the table at William Baldwin, who sat at the head with total command, as if there were a throne keeping him off the floor and the assembled were his subjects. Yeah? I guarantee you that's exactly how he sees it. The man didn't sense her glaring regard, and was thus unaware of that this bomb had been dropped. Or maybe he'd planned things this way, knowing Richard would not be able to keep quiet, and she might be diverted from making a scene because there were witnesses. Yeah, this is where I wouldn't care. And damn it, her father was right on that one. As much as she wanted to jump up and start yelling, she would not demean the Bradford name in that fashion. Who cares? Certainly not with Sutton Smythe and her father Reynolds in the room. Oh yes, can't have a scene in front of a rival company. Over to the left, Damone was covered with a delicate cough. Jean shifted her glare from her father to Samuel T., whereupon the lawyer promptly cocked a brow and sent an air kiss her way. You're blowing an air kiss at another woman while you have a girlfriend next to you. Why are all these men disgusting? Yes, you can take her plate away, she heard Richard say to the uniformed waiter. She's finished. Excuse me, Jean pivoted towards Richard, but you have no right to. I approve of your lack of appetite, but let's not chance fate. Shall we? What? In other words, I want you skinny? I'm stabbing him again. Richard nodded to the waiter. And she won't have dessert either? Wow! Now I'm really making a scene and I don't care. One, who the fuck do you think you are, even if you are my husband, which you're not? You're an obnoxious loser who's going to get all the way away from me, telling the waiter to put my plate back down, and yes, I will have dessert. In fact, I will have doubles. So load it up. And as for you, get the fuck away from me. Or I will get louder and louder and louder until you leave. But, wow, fuck this guy. I mean, I know we're supposed to hate him, but just holy wow. Chin leaned into the man and smiled at him. In a whisper, she said, Don't get ahead of yourself. I remember the days you stuffed your jockstrap with socks, 2 pairs because one didn't go far enough. Oh. Well done. Richard mirrored her. In an equally quiet voice, he retorted, Don't pretend you have any say in this. I think she fucking does. Watch me. More like wait for you. He eased back and shot her a self-satisfied expression man with a royal flush in his hand. Don't take too long, though. The carat weight of your ring goes down hourly. Okay, why does this guy want to marry her? Like, he's we've been told he's hella rich in his own right. He could get any of these society women. Why does he want her? Like, what is it with men wanting women that utterly hate them and that they have no intention of loving or respecting in any way? Like, is it just for the status? Like, because again, he's got that on his own. He's the fourth of something. You were born with extreme status. You don't need to marry it, and he doesn't need the money. So, why is he interested in her? And God, saying the longer you resist being sold to me, the less big of a ring I'll buy you. Like, ew. So much ew. I'm going to kill you, she thought to herself as she looked at her father. So help me God, I'm going to fucking kill you. Is this going to end with the father being murdered and we don't know which one of his children did it? Because it's definitely one or all of them. And there's a paragraph break there, so that's where we're going to stop for tonight. We didn't quite make it to chapter 13, almost. If we hadn't had doggy time, we would have. But isn't doggy time much more important? But still, we got through a decent number of pages. We've got the page count pretty correct, except for you, except for the Eunice, except for the puppy. He's officially pretending that he can't hear me. No, I can't hear you because then you might make me move, and I'm really well cuddled, and I like where I am. Okay, so what did we learn tonight? We have mystery girl who showed up out of nowhere, who I'm fairly convinced is not actually the daughter of whoever and is just a corporate spy, con artist, something. You got Lane making moves on Lizzie that are not unwelcome, though she's still telling him to go to hell because you broke my heart. And he's saying it wasn't my fault. I was lied to about a baby by a horrible woman who I'm divorcing, but still thinks she'll be staying in the house, which is why I think she's banging the father. The sister is a professional tart among rich men, which is fine. Somebody wants to marry her. She doesn't want to marry him. We'll see where that goes. Right, puppy? Yes, we'll see where that goes. Yes, we will, because you're a puppy. I think we've now been introduced to all the main characters. There's a lot of them. I think somebody was probably watching HBO show a lot while writing this because it has a certain too many characters, rival houses feel to it. Because we have three or I can't even remember 3 or 4 different liquor companies that are all old families, old dynasties that all socialize together, but remember who the enemy really is and who likes what football team because that's really fucking important. Oh, puppy, what do you think? What do you think, huh? What do you think? He thinks he's a puppy who wants to be cuddled, and that's all he knows. Yes. Oh, so that is going to do it. Come here. Don't worry, I've got you. There we go. Mute. You won't let me. What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay, it's unmuted. He muted me and then unmuted me. What is with all the wiggling? What is with all the wiggling? I love you too. What is with all the wiggling? I don't know. I don't know. I'm a doggy. All right, he doesn't know. So there shall now be. I will sign off for the evening, but I will be in the movie night room soon to keep somebody company and throw on whatever I happen to throw on. So if you want to join us for some late night TVs, go ahead. I will still have the puppy because he will definitely be here because he's not going anywhere. You're being very sucky boy tonight. But thank you everyone for being here and joining us through this book, which is, while it is certainly not perfect, and I hate all these characters, there's a lot of cliche, a lot of predictability. It's still way better than anything we read before. And since we have another E.L. James book incoming, because it comes out in October and we're going to read it, I'm enjoying the break from E.L. James and anything inspired by E.L. James, which 365 were. And I'm sure the new book will be just as terrible and cringe as we've come to expect, and I will enjoy burning holes in it, because we're definitely going to go back to burning it. Right, puppy? Right? Yeah. He thinks so. Yeah. He thinks we should play with fire with the new E.L. James book. Yes, we should. Yes, we should. We should do that. But we will do that in the future when it actually comes out and after this series. So there's that to look forward to. You are just not helping at all. He's just yep, he's gone full stuffed animal. Yep. Yes, you're pretending to be a stuffed animal, aren't you? All right, but thank you all for being here. Have a great rest of your evening, rest of your weekend. Enjoy yourself. I hope I see you next week. With just as much doggy. But until then, take care of yourself. Love a fur baby. And know that I love you all, and Bo sends love to everyone, don't you? Yes, because he loves everyone because he's such a good boy. But for now, good night, everyone. I've been Insane Lane, and this has been Tea and Rose's Book Club. See you all next week. Bye bye.